We have selected where and how we're going to be doing this. Can I get some poggers in chat for the Babylon Rush? Thank you so much if I missed some Twitch Primes. I appreciate them. RJD, thank you so much. The music is very loud, it's meant to be. Because it's getting turned off right now. Oh my god. User lame with the Twitch Prime. Hip hop hippity. Hip hop to the zibbity zibbity.
Potatoes. Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew. Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew.
Find me.
Potatoes. Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew. Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew.
What victory condition? We're almost certainly going to be going for the production victory condition, where we fill the map with endless supplies of mines. No, we're probably going to go for a tourism victory, but it's going to be a very different kind of it's going to be a Babylonian tourism victory, and we're going to be doing things very differently. Okay, I gotta make sure I'm comfy in my chair. I just fed my bunny rabbit, so she'll shut up for a couple of hours.
Potatoes. Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew. Boil 'em,
Oh my god, hype train activated. Peppermint Butler, thank you so much. Your content has helped me improve at Civ so much, now regularly winning my deity games, including a first-time Babylon Science win. Looking forward to seeing how you can abuse the Eurekas even harder. Alright. Now, before we actually play, I want to take you back to the before times. So do you guys remember the last Civ stream I did? It was, I think, let's see here. Yeah, it was nearly 13 days ago, 2 weeks ago. I played as Japan, okay? That same night, or maybe the day after, I randomly loaded up a Babylon game just to try things out, okay? I was just screwing around, alright? I was never really meant to win this game. I wasn't meant to play more than like 50 turns. Now let me tell you.
Legends of flying men soared. And today, you are on the brink
what
of
happened
transforming those legends
in this
into
game
reality.
is insanity.
With flight
Okay?
and newfound
I managed to get
communication, you can create a small and
so many cities. I settled all of these cities. I even lost a city to Greece. Okay? Look at this empire. It's insane. It's turn 139 and I have the Ruhr Valley. Okay? I have the Ruhr Valley. I literally am on the cusp of unlocking the Biosphere. Like, build 2 aerodromes. I have aerodromes unlocked. I'm building aerodromes somewhere, or at least I was. Is this the community post game? Hell yeah, it is. And so we're going to try to recreate it live on twitch.tv. Greetings from Ohio. Thank you so much. This is incredible. Like, look at it. Look at this. My empire is gargantuan. I have a turn 139 Ruhr Valley, and the city is making 64 production per turn. I can build an aerodrome in 3 turns. Okay? I'm making 26 science per turn, and I'm top science in the game. At least I should be in theory.
Greetings from Ohio. Hope you're well. Love all the content.
But you'll be starting on a random seed? God, no. This is way too much fun to play on this map. We're going to just recreate the game. There'll be some changes, but, like, it's not going to play out exactly the same. There's going to be some randomness in how things play.
From the first stirrings of life beneath water.
Why would I give up such an amazing role when we could make an amazing video out of it?
You have come far. Now begins your greatest quest.
Do you ever play just for fun off stream? Yeah, that's where this game came from. Okay. So let's get started. Hey, Spuddies, PotatoMcWhiskey here, and welcome to what might be one of the most interesting games that I've ever played. So, one night I was bored, and I was playing a little bit of Civ, as anyone does, and I loaded up this save file, and I played it out, and I managed to do some pretty incredible things. I managed to make an absolutely massive empire, but I didn't want, like, I want to, like, recreate it because it was such an interesting game. And so that's why we're here. And we're playing as Babylon. And the really important thing about Babylon is this ability right here. Eurekas provide all of the science for technologies, minus 50 science per turn. Now, that means if we want to research currency, all we have to do is make a trade route, and we have currency researched. If we want to research bronze working, we kill 3 barbarians, and we have bronze working. And now the genesis of this game was to do something a little bit insane. It was to do a biosphere tourism game. Now, in order to do a biosphere tourism game, you have to get solar farms and wind farms alongside the biosphere. Now, the really important thing about that is because we're playing Babylon, you can kind of solve the maze backwards. You can go to the goal you want to get to and then work your way backwards from there. So, if we want to get solar farms, we have to get 2 broadcast centers. If we want to get broadcast centers, we have to build a national park. National park is in the culture tree. So we know we're going to need a lot of culture to get to conservation, to be able to get naturalists. So that's one part of the puzzle solved. If we want to get wind farms, we have to own 3 tanks. In order to own 3 tanks, we have to extract an artifact. So already, 2 of our 3 goals are heavily on the culture side of things, and they occupy this northern half of the tech tree, right? Because we have to get to natural history and conservation. So we know that we're going to want a lot of theater squares this game. We're going to want to rush our monuments. We're going to want to have a strong, robust culture game. Now, the third part of this is the biosphere. And at first you look like, build 2 aerodromes. That's like impossible. But then you go look at flight. And in order to build aerodromes and unlock this, all you have to do is unlock an industrial era wonder. So we just have to go to the industrial era in any of these trees and be like, okay, I can build Statue of Liberty, Bolshoi Theater, Hermitage, any of those will work. And then you realize that there is this glorious wonder right here, the Ruhr Valley. Now this wonder is really important because in order to unlock the Ruhr Valley, all we have to do is build 2 workshops. In order to build workshops, all we have to do is build 3 mines. In order to build 3 mines, all we have to do is get mining. So we could literally go mining, into apprenticeship, into industrialization, into flight, into Biosphere. We are 5 techs away from Biosphere, and the only thing between me and Biosphere is one builder and production. Now that is insane. Then, in order to unlock the other 2 parts of my trifecta, I just need a little bit of culture. I just need to make some culture, and we're fine. So that is why the Babylon Biosphere tourism game is insane, and we're going to try to pull it off today. Oh, and did I mention, because I'm Babylon, the first building inside specialty districts is automatically built the first time I build a specialty district. So the first time that I build so the first time that I build an industrial zone, the workshop will automatically be built. So I only actually have to build 2 industrial zones and a workshop, and then I get the Ruhr Valley. It's ridiculous. So we're going to step onto this hill. We want to settle on Plains Hills because Plains Hills have the unique property of giving +1 production to your capital city, or to your city center rather. And by moving here, we haven't moved any further away from this 2 food 2 production tile, and we want to be working these 2 food production tiles as much as possible in the early game. Now, the third most difficult part of this is getting the neighborhood, but that kind of follows along with the culture angle of things, so we're just going to want to have a lot of culture in this game. Alright, settle on the Plains Hill immediately with Babylon. I'm going to get started on Babylon's unique unit, the Sabum Kibitum, because it's very good at exploring, and it's also very good at unlocking Eurekas, potentially defeating barbarian encampments. I may even build 2 of these. Quite a powerful unit in the early game. It's a little bit weaker than the warrior, but it is strong against cavalry. It's a very, very good alternative to the scout, considering it can also fight and be upgraded into useful units. Now look, we have found Hattusa. Very nice to meet you, Hattusa. And we are very lucky to be the very first person to meet Hattusa, so we get +1 science in our capital city, which means we get mining quite a bit faster. That extra envoy will also pay dividends over the course of the game. They want me to construct a holy site. That probably won't happen this game, but that's okay. Now, you may be wondering why I didn't choose to settle on the luxury. And it's for a very simple reason. Gypsum can be improved with mining, and that's like the first tech I'm going for. So it's a very easy one to improve. Additionally, by settling on this Plains Hill, I don't actually move away from this 2 food 2 production tile. If I had settled on the gypsum, I wouldn't have been adjacent to the 2 food 2 production tile, so I wouldn't have been able to have a really, really strong start out of the gate. It's not a bad place to settle, but I do think that the Plains Hill is stronger because it settles naturally next to this, and improving this is quite trivial. We'll be able to do it with a builder very quickly. You could make the gypsum work, in my opinion. I just preferred the Plains Hill for the reason that I could work the 2-2 tile without having to spend gold to buy it. We've also met Samarkand. Very nice to meet you, Samarkand. We were the first to meet Samarkand. They want me to train an archer. That's an important mission to keep in mind. We will want to do that before the ancient era is over. They'll give me +2 gold in my capital, which is quite valuable, I might add. So we have our Sabatum Kibitum. Let's go exploring. The great thing about these units is they have +1 vision range, so they're incredible. And I mean incredible for exploring. We aren't ready yet to build a settler. I could go for the monument here if I wanted to go for a fast government plaza. I kind of would like to go for a fast government plaza because that would allow me to get the settler thing. But I think my goal this game is to play Locust Babylon. Locust Babylon is a way of playing in which you go for a relatively high gold income by selling off all of your resources, and then you use Magnus to chop out as many settlers in as many cities as possible. So Locust Babylon is my play here, so I don't think a monument is quite as important as it would normally be. While the +1, the builder is quite useful. But I think getting the second Sabum Kibitum is important to be able to defend from barbarians and also explore. The more knowledge I have of the map, the better. What are the numbers up here in the top? So this is a new mod that I'm trying out. It basically lets you know the status of your empire at a glance. So you can see here, the central number tells you how happy your cities are. So if there's a 1 in the very center, that means one city is content and has neutral amenities. If they're on the right, that means they're negative in amenities. And if they're on the left, that means they're positive amenities, I believe. I can't remember exactly how it works. And it's the same thing for the housing. It's basically just a UI mod that I'm trying out. There's a tribal village over here. We will want to pick that up. All right, let's yoink that. We got +1 envoy. So the probability of who we want to be suzerain of, it's most likely Hattusa, but we would want another envoy to be suzerain of Hattusa. So I'll just hold on to this envoy for now, in case I meet another city-state that I don't automatically get an envoy with, that I want to build a relationship with. So a scout has found us. I'll attack him to get a little bit of experience on my Sabum Kibitum. We found another tribal village. That's beautiful. Now we need to start thinking about our next move. I think a settler here is a big deal. It allows me to scale my empire. So I'm going to get to work on a settler. I've built a couple of military units. I'm able to defend myself quite readily. You could make an argument for going for a builder right now. I think sneaking in the settler makes sense. I'll also need to start planning my cities in the near future. The important thing down here, though, is I have potentially 2 viable locations for industrial zones, and that's something I do want to keep in mind. We've met the Congo, and we have access to riding now, so we could get a very early campus if we so chose. There's also a barbarian encampment over here. I'm going to go ahead and send a delegation to Congo to try to improve our relationship with them, just to make sure that we have good diplomatic standing. I do think a settler right here is the right move. I'll need to start cranking out settlers. Possibly after this settler, a builder would make sense if I have the improvable tiles. Tribal village, yoink. A boost towards early empire is a big deal. So there's definitely a city down here. I'm not sure where I want to put it. If I were to put it somewhere, trying to remember how I did this in the other game. In my mind, there's 2 locations that are valid for me to settle this city. If I settle here on the rice, I get a city center tile that has +1 food, and I'm adjacent to a ton of these nice resources here. Just so you guys know, if you're not at war with a city-state, you don't need to be suzerain of them in order to get the bonuses. These bonuses are automatic. In order to get the suzerain bonus, you have to be suzerain. And if you're at war with the suzerain of a city-state, you get none of the bonuses. So that's why it's always a good idea just to sit on your envoys. People think that if I have an envoy, I must spend it. But if we think about this critically, what does spending my envoy right now get me? It doesn't get me anything, right? It doesn't actually get me anything. I'll go up to 2 envoys in Samarkand. I don't get suzerainty. I don't unlock another bonus. And the same is true for Hattusa. So I may as well save this envoy. Now, in my mind, what I kind of feel like doing is maybe building an aqueduct in this city, because I will want to build at least 1 aqueduct this game in order to get the military engineering tech unlocked, which will give me access to niter. Niter is quite a powerful tile to get access to. And then I would maybe do something like an industrial zone adjacent to that. Then perhaps I would do a dam here and an industrial zone here. So both of these cities could potentially have really good industrial zones. I could alternatively put my industrial zone here, put another aqueduct there, maybe plop my Ruhr Valley on that tile right there too. Potentially, this is starting to look like a viable way to get my 2 industrial zones this game. 2 plus 5 industrial zones seems pretty reasonable. It's exactly the kind of thing I want to go for. The question is, do I want to go for a religion this game? I think I'm going to skip religion, even though I really like religion. Oh, hello. I have met Taruga, of all city-states. I was not the first to meet Taruga, and this is exactly why we sit on that 1 envoy, because now I can put an envoy into Taruga and pick up the 1 science in the capital and in every library building. Boom. Plus 1 science per turn. There's not that many mines in the city. You don't need a lot of mines in a city in order for it to be a viable Ruhr Valley city. You really don't. Now, the alternative here is I slip this city down 1 tile. I basically do roughly the same configuration, but instead I settle on the rice and then have earlier access to these 2 food 2 production tiles. And I think this line of production is what appeals to me right now. I'm not sure.
When you find yourself in a hole, quit digging.
We have access to mining, which means theoretically, with a single builder, we have access to apprenticeship. And we will be wanting to rush apprenticeship this game because mines are super valuable. Thank you so much, Alex Land, for the subscriber. How's it going, Arthur Silverblade?
78 PotatoMcWhiskey.
Thank you so much, Alex Land. You could put the government plaza between the 2 industrial zone in the first configuration as well. I could put the government plaza there. I need to have 2 industrial zones for the Eureka. So this kind of a configuration appeals to me somewhat. Hang on. I gotta remember how I did it last time, because this was meant to be like a recreation of this game, and the positioning of this particular city is actually important, just so I know I have a good reference for why because I need to double check my logic from the last game, because I played this off stream and I'm basically trying to recreate it for you guys.
In the beginning, legends of flying men soared. And today,
Dam's not that easy to... A dam is super easy to unlock.
those legends into a reality. With flight and new forms of communication, you can create a small and...
Yeah, I remember now. I settled on this, and I did basically... Yeah, I actually literally recreated exactly what I did in the previous game. I did go for a holy site in this game. That's weird. Did I actually get a religion? I didn't. I think I went for one and got screwed out of it, or else I placed this for adjacency on my industrial zone. But this is pretty much word for word what I already did. Yeah, I'm not crazy. I was like gaslighting myself there, thinking I messed up, but no, my logic is exactly how I had planned it. Okay, that's fine. I was like going crazy there. I couldn't remember how I did it before, and though the very first city there is like super important, the ones after that are less important, but the positioning of that one is important. When are you going to play a balanced multiplayer version of this game to show off how good you really are?
The first stirrings of life beneath water to the great beasts of
I mean,
the Stone Age.
multiplayer and single player are like a completely different set of skills and demands, and I just don't really like multiplayer.
Now begins your greatest quest.
I play these games
This early cradle
because
of life.
I really enjoy the economic management, planning cities, placing pins, building up a really powerful empire. Playing it multiplayer brings this like competitive element to it that just isn't interesting for me. It doesn't excite me. Now, like a competitive RTS, that's exciting, that's fun. But a competitive 4X game, that's just frustrating and grindy and boring. Do you have a list of the mods you're using? Not yet. I will update the list soon. There's a few new UI mods in there, like this one up here.
Potatoes. Boil 'em,
Oh, Ben Ownby, thank you so much for the $10.
mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew.
That could be an interesting concept. Envoy banking, selling envoys as a resource, or keeping your envoys as small percentage gains to a yield. Depends on how you feel about the benefits of SUs.
It could be interesting to have envoys have some other purpose, but I think envoys as they stand are like fine. There's no need to change them. Yeah, this is basically I was playing a game on my own, and I got about 130 turns into it, and I was like, wait, this game is incredible. I should totally do this on the live stream. And so I stopped playing it, and then I'm just gonna like basically try to recreate it. Hi, I really like your video. It's the only channel that makes Civ 6 much more interesting than I already find it to be. Potato, what's your full-time job? This is my full-time job. YouTube. YouTube is my full-time job. We have access to writing. I think we should start off picking up things like pottery and animal husbandry. These are relatively cheap technologies that can't be boosted, so we should get them out of the way. We are going to want to farm a resource, so I'll need to keep in mind that possibly this maze will form an important part of my opening strategy. So I may go for a builder after this settler, improve the gypsum, which I believe is improved with a quarry, which will give me masonry. It'll also give me a luxury to potentially sell to the AI. I'll also be able to improve this maze and possibly put a mine here, which gets me one step closer to my goal. And by the time I have all that done, I should be a little bit closer to maybe getting a builder.
At his best.
So there are barbs on the map, so picking up discipline seems quite good. I think it would be nice to pick up a Pantheon this game. Urban planning is quite good too. How much do I care about a Pantheon is the real question. Do I care that much? Essentially, what I'm doing is I'm giving up quite a bit of early game production in exchange for some kind of Pantheon. What Pantheon actually changes the game for me here? Now, if it's the free builder Pantheon, that's a big deal actually, because that's worth 50 production. So I think if I go for the free builder Pantheon, God King is worth it. So that's the Pantheon. That's my backup Pantheon. If I can find a Pantheon with better value, then I'll take a Pantheon with better value. But if I can get the free builder, that's actually worth it to plug in God King. I will be boosting craftsmanship, and I would like to get foreign trade, so I'm going to slowly work on foreign trade. No, actually, I'm going to rush for state workforce. So building this, so going settler, builder, maybe astrology. I'll either be building a campus or a holy site, depending on the direction I go. I think I'm going to rush my government plaza as Babylon so I can get that free settler. I think that's what I want to do. So I think I'll also want to get a monument in here at some point. There is a barb camp up here to the north, so I want to keep abreast of that. Oh god, a new camp here is not good actually. Another tribal village, yoink. A level up for this unit is not really useful or what I was looking for. There are lots of luxuries out here to the west. I'm seeing a couple of furs. I'd like to pick up at least one of those. Let's go step on this tile and we'll fortify until we heal. My one worry is quadriremes over here making this camp hard to clear, but it should be fine. Settler is moving out to the new location. We'll probably go like builder monument. Oh, meteors fell. I'm gonna go see if I can snipe those. I think I'm going to bring my warrior back to start helping to clear out barb camps that might appear. We've gotten some good exploration off in the early game. And yeah, look, barb camps are starting to appear like crazy, so I need more units defending. I need to see... I don't think I'm going to be able to snipe that meteor village, unfortunately. Although I might be able to if they don't grab it.
No man ever wetted.
I've already been explored by this scout, which is like really tragic, but the chariot spawn will be huge for clearing out barb camps. The notification log that appears over here is absolutely a mod that lets you know what happened. It's really, really useful. Let's get to work on animal husbandry. It's the only tech that we can't boost in the tech tree. I may want to get myself a slinger to unlock archery because I believe one of the city-states had a mission. Man, he already scouted me. That is so frustrating. But I do have the chariot now to fight this off. This guy's blocking me too. Let's go ahead and settle on this rice. Now, the important thing about settling on rice is the rice still exists underneath the city. And so the city is making 3 food, 1 production. If I were to come up with a strategy for the city of Mashkin, it would probably be to get Magnus in here as soon as possible and start chopping. In order to get Magnus in here as soon as possible and start chopping, I would either need to build a district in order to unlock state workforce in a reasonable amount of time, or get a monument in order to unlock it faster as well. There's actually a +4 campus here if I spend the money. I'm going to spend the money. Is there a forest on that tile? I think I can accept not chopping that forest for a +4 campus this early. I got you with the strats. Thanks, dude. I appreciate it. So I'm going to buy this tile. Yes, that'll spawn a barb and make my life more difficult. It will enrage these barbs, so they'll start attacking the city, but it gives me a chance to like place my campus. And I'll just put a couple turns into a monument until this stuff is all dead. Yeah, so I can't work on that campus until this stuff is dead, but this will level up my guy. He'll probably counterattack. He shouldn't do much damage. I'll level him up and we'll be all good. So he counterattacked me. I lost a little bit of health. But now I can take the battle cry promotion, which will give me extra combat strength against him. So if he attacks me again, he's done for. I can finally improve this quarry. I always forget to turn off the builder lens because I hate the builder lens. I can boom. There's gypsum. Boosting masonry. I can immediately sell gypsum. Let's actually use the quick deals mod. I can immediately sell gypsum for 89 gold or 4 gold per turn. This is 89 gold. This is worth roughly 124 gold over 30 turns. Do I have anything that I could buy for gold right now? If I were to do that, that would change the game significantly. I don't actually think so, except a builder. If I were able to actually buy a builder down here in this city, that does change the game significantly. So I think I'm going to sell this gypsum, accept that deal, and immediately purchase myself a builder. And this builder, I'll slap it right down on the maze, which will boost me into the Palgum, which is my other unique thing for this era. And that gives me a huge amount of food and production. And that'll be just a massive boost because I have a ton of river tiles and freshwater tiles in my empire. All right, let's clean up this barb. Boom. Now we can finally get to work on building the campus, which is going to be an important component in unlocking state workforce. We'll research craftsmanship for one more turn because we're on the verge of actually boosting it. We build the farm, immediately get access to irrigation, so we can place plantations now too, and even clear out more resources. I think I'll put a mine on that tile. Because this city actually, if I clear out a lot of this forest and hill stuff, the city will have a decent number of Ruhr Valley tiles. But even so, the real power of Ruhr Valley isn't the +1 production for each mine and quarry in the city. The real power of Ruhr Valley is the 20% production in the city. That's the real power. Now, they combine together really powerfully. But even if you only have like 4 or 5 mines in a city, still build the Ruhr Valley. Like 20% production is an insane boost. And the question is, what do I do with this builder now that he is kind of redundant for now? I could theoretically just hold on to him for a while I think about... I could save him for chopping. That's what I'll do. I'll save him for chopping when I get Magnus. Let's make sure we chase down this scout. We don't want to let him get away.
Cheers. Here's a challenge I'm hoping you could try. A 1-city culture challenge without rock bands, city-state improvements and national parks. The gimmick is Golden Gate, Cristo Redentor and Eiffel Tower seaside resorts.
Thank you so much, the Spectral Army, for the 200 Norwegian kroners. Here's a challenge. 1-city culture challenge without rock bands, city-state improvement, national parks. Gimmick is Golden Gate, Cristo Redentor and Eiffel Tower seaside resorts. That would be a fun one to try. I'll definitely eventually get around to doing a game like that. So here's an important little optimization. This city is going to grow in 2 turns, regardless of whatever tile we work here. So working this maze is not worth it. And this is when micromanaging your people comes in handy, because that's an extra like 4 production I'm getting that I otherwise wouldn't be getting towards this campus. And we need this campus done ASAP. So we can't afford to wait for growth, basically. We have met Peter. Nice to meet you, Peter. It's a lot of barb units. Gonna hopefully stand here and bait some attacks. Since we met Peter, let's send him also a delegation. Oh, I forgot to swap craftsmanship. Okay. If you forget to swap your your culture thing, if you mash the click button in a turn transition, you can switch it before the culture is applied. So I just saved myself a tiny bit of culture. If I fortify, I'll take slightly less damage and then be able to heal next turn. I can get this kill. There's bronze working unlocked, so we have found access to iron. Let's place our first mine. Boom. There's craftsmanship boosted, so we saved a tiny bit of culture doing that. We'll get to work on state workforce, because we want our government plaza ASAP. There's like, potentially like theater squares and stuff here. Which means maybe a government plaza here is quite good, because it boosts a few districts. Oh, there's an iron mine here. Yeah, we're absolutely going for that iron mine. That's huge. Picking up an iron mine would give me ironworking, which would give me swordsman. It would also give me iron to sell to the AI. This is huge to pick up this iron mine right here. Tribal village, yoink. There's the wheel. Okay, we were going to get wheel and archery for free anyway. But now I can actually build an archer and fulfill the mission for Samarkand and get one step closer to suzerainty of them. So I definitely want to get an archer at some point this era. And we are just taking tons of damage, but I'm going to go ahead and promote my warrior here. I'll promote him with Battlecry, because Battlecry is the most generally useful promotion. Tortoise does give them twice as much defense against ranged attacks, whereas Battlecry is like a 50% or like maybe 60% attack increase against other units. But since I'm going to be making some attacks here in a moment, I think that's the right move. We've also got Heavy Chariot. I'm going to take Charge. Charge actually gives chariots the ability to kill barbarian encampments.
I'm a little drunk and really just want to hear your text-to-speech thing. Say he spuddies.
He spuddies. Thank you so much, Lume, for the £5. Oh, natural wonder. There's Mount Everest. So if I had found that a little bit earlier, I could have actually rushed a holy site in here and gotten state workforce slightly sooner. I still may actually build a holy site. It's not always a terrible idea just to have a little bit of extra faith in a game. Faith can sometimes come in useful in certain areas. In particular, yes, I'm going to want to have faith. Does anyone know why I want to have faith this game? I'm asking chat. Why do I want to have some faith this game? Who's been paying attention? National Park. You got it right away, user lame. Well done. National Park. Perfect. Well done. I want just a little bit of faith for a national park. So I'm going to chop this tile and place a holy site on it. I don't need much faith, but I do need a little bit. Oh my sweet Christ! How many barbs are here? Well, I could use my chariot to start clearing some out. This is too many barbs. This is way too many. So now I want to start researching something that I don't think I'm going to be able to get a boost for. I'm almost certainly going to be building a pasture and all that sort of stuff. I assume, yeah, there's like horses over here. Is this a slower speed game? No, I'm playing Babylon, which means my science is awful. It's very unlikely that most of these are going to get boosted. So the one that I should research is the one that I'm least likely to do in time. And that's probably sailing, but that's also the easiest one to do. It's probably sailing and shipbuilding, because I can get the rest of these all relatively easily. All I have to do is build a trade route. I'm about to get this one anyway. This one is my unique building, so I can get it really easily. This one's really easy to get. This one's really easy to get. This one's really easy to get. This is super easy to get. I'm about to get it. This is easy to get. Yeah, so we're fine. We're fine. Is this deity difficulty? Why are the AI being friendly? The AI are being friendly because I sent them a delegation and they met my Sabum Kibitum unit, which I assume has some sort of bonus for diplomacy when you meet people.
Hey Potato,
but we've just been lucky.
The fact that I have finally managed to secure myself a PS5 being delivered tomorrow. Please rename
Congrats,
a city
Nick
Baby
Jeffrey.
Shark.
Yes, sir. We will name Babylon to Baby Shark. Baby Charles? No. Baby Shark. What do you think about AI mods? Any of them good? I haven't really tried them out. I don't really mind the AI not being the best ever, because I'm like... when I'm playing the game, I'm playing for me. Okay, we're taking hits. Let's just have this guy retreat. So we want to build our holy site. I'm going to go ahead and preemptively harvest. Now, this holy site is taking 12 production, or 12 turns of production to build right now. If I come in here, and I immediately harvest for 41 production, and come back, and now the holy site is only 8 turns. So if the city production queue is clear, you can buffer production with chops, which is very powerful. So now I can get myself, in the long run, a decent holy site. This will automatically come with a shrine, and this should handle basically all of my faith concerns for the entire early game. It'll contribute towards me getting a specialty district in state workforce, and it'll contribute towards me unlocking mathematics by having 3 different specialty districts. So that's quite good. This campus is now a mistake, so I'm going to switch away from it. Little bit of wasted production down here. I'm probably going to go like monument builders now.
Always enthralled by your Civ 6 videos. The things you are able to keep in mind while playing is so impressive. I've got to start playing with a plan.
Oh, I don't like this. He can't get my scout if this guy doesn't move. This is 3 move. He'll get zone of control, so I'm fine. He can't get my builder, so I'm fine. Thank you so much, Brendan Hawkswood, for the 10 Canadian dollars. Really appreciate it. You got to start playing with a plan. Honestly, it's just experience. You spend enough time with something, you'll get good at it. Yeah, I'll take your delegation. Thank you so much, Russia. My God. It's a little bit scary dealing with this level of invasion this early. We killed another barb unit, which is quite useful. So we've kind of cleared out our local area. We're building infrastructure. 2 slingers is not bueno. If I go here, he should continue to attack me and lose his health. Okay, he didn't actually attack, which is weird. Let's go ahead and buy the iron. I know I probably shouldn't spend my money like that early game, but I needed it. Oh, there's some lovely land down here to settle. We've got furs, we've got horses. Now, my capital city actually does need to get to 4 population here. So rather than work the gypsum, I'm going to work that. I'll need to harvest. I'll need to harvest one of these jungles in order to force the city up to the 4 population that I want. It's just not growing fast enough. 17 turns is too slow. So stand here. Okay, Slinger came forward into a dangerous spot, and now we can kill him. Perfect, then he's dead. Pop down the mine here. Iron mine, boom. Now we get iron working, and theoretically, apprenticeship. Wait, 1? 2. I only built 2 mines. Okay, that's not ideal. Oh, I forgot this is a quarry. So how much food is this? If I harvest this, this is 22 food. In order to grow, to pop 4, to place my other district, I need 31 food. So by the time I get state workforce, this should work out just fine. Boom, chop, 2 turns. Yes, it kind of sucks that it didn't work out exactly as I wanted it to. It'll be fine. Okay, Gorgo does not like me. I'm expecting her to be aggressive this game. We're definitely having a barbarian problem right now, which I'm not a big fan of because I do have infrastructure that I don't want to die. Like, this quarry here is quite useful to me. But there's the holy site. There's state workforce boosted. We're 4 turns from growing and getting state workforce, so we're fine. Objectively, we're fine. So we should be able to get this no problem. I'm going to grab myself an archer. And maybe try to bait him into attacking across the river. So they pillaged. Fine. This is too many barbs. I'm sorry, but this is too many. This is like I've never seen this many barbs. When I originally did my first version of this game, I don't think I ran into that many barbs. So I can get a free builder in my capital, which is definitely what I want. So I'm going to take fertility rights, because I want that free builder. Builders are important to me this game. You're immediately going to head down here, chop out this so I can get this archer faster, and grow the city, and get a mine somewhere. Oh, I should have put him there. That would have been better. This is like an unreasonable number of barbs. Like, this is too many. The game, like, this is an unfun number of barbarians that I'm dealing with currently. Alright, so I'll get my archer next turn, which is good.
A strong economy.
Shoot him, kill him. Attack there. Now I can get my government plaza. I'm going to put my government plaza here. Although it's probably not good to put it on a floodable tile, because if that gets flooded, I'm in bad shape. Now we can get Magnus and appoint Magnus into Miskan Shapir. Send... Yeah, I can't repair that this turn. It's fine. You know, I'm not going to be building this aqueduct for a while. I'm just going to build the mine. Because I need to get apprenticeship ASAP. Because it's +1 production on like 1, 2, 3 tiles. It's a big deal. It's a huge amount of production that I've just been missing out on because I got delayed. Now I'll start working towards early empire. Do I change my government? I have my Pantheon, so I no longer need God King. I'm going to go ahead and plug in urban planning. I'll keep discipline in. +2 production in both of my cities is quite useful. This is like... No! He's on my iron! How did he get there without me noticing? God damn it. Just don't pillage it. Just don't Alright, we'll take the time to heal the city up. Let's go ahead and sell all of our iron. 14 gold per turn from the Congo. That's huge. We're definitely taking 14 gold per turn. My economy just literally quadrupled, or quintupled, maybe. Yeah, from 3 gold per turn to 17 gold per turn. How could you ever turn down such a good deal? At the very least, repairing is free. It just takes time. So, it's not the worst outcome. This gold will almost exclusively be used to make builders and settlers. We need to get to political philosophy now. They're going to steal my camp. No. Unacceptable. Do you know how hard I worked for this camp, Hatusa? This is insane that you would even consider this. The world enters the classical era. I didn't really get the era score I wanted for the classical era. It's not the end of the world. We have access to foreign trade now. That's a quad. It's not good. If Hatusa just fortifies on this tile, I may actually have an aneurysm. Like, the AI is just screwing with me this game. I'm going to pick up Free Inquiry because my entire build as Babylon revolves around getting Eurekas. And that'll give me tons of era score this era. We have our government plaza. I maybe should have gone for a third city here. I'm going to now... Do I want the Palgum? Let's think about our long-term returns here. A Palgum would give me +1 food on all of my freshwater tiles in the city.
I've just checked my IELTS results and got 7.5. Thanks Potato for training my vocabs and listening as I always watch your video. Here I come UK.
Hey, thank you
for
so much.
Irish though, haha.
Thanks so much, Good Surf 30, for the 50 Hong Kong dollars. Glad you got your results. I don't know what a 7.5 is, but I assume it's good because you seem happy. Super delighted. Good luck in the UK, buddy. Hope you find everything you want there. Palgum. I think I would like to build a Palgum for 2 reasons. First of all, it's my unique building, but also it would allow this city to continue to grow while I'm cranking out settlers in it. That feels to me like a really good move. Like I'm getting my cake and eating it if I go for the Palgum here. It's a huge amount of food. At least 3, if not 4 of these tiles are freshwater tiles that I will be working. So that's 4 food, right? Plus 2 production as well. Or I could just go for more settlers right now. Or I could go for more builders to send to Mashkan Shapir. If I sent more builders to Mashkan Shapir, there is power in that. I think the sheer power of the Giga Chop that I'm planning requires me to just make like 2 builders and send them down to Mashkin, because look at the Giga Chop available to me, right? There's just like an absurd number of tiles that I can improve and chop here in this city. I have enough envoy points to get suzerainty of someone, and I think I will take suzerainty of Hattusa, although I could also take suzerainty of them with a trade route, so that might not be the best move. It's the same with Taruga, actually. So really a trader should be a priority for me in this game right now as well, especially because a trader will give me the gold that I need to buy tiles to continue to chop in Mashkan Shapir. So I'm going to go ahead and get a builder, then a trader. Yeah, that's perfect. Now if we're going to go for Magnus, we could go for provision. I don't think you need provision when you're going for a Magnus super chop build. I could pick up Amani if I wanted to get suzerainty of a city-state. I don't think I care too much about the suzerainty of a city-state. I could pick up Liang for an extra build charge, and then if I spammed builders from my capital, that would make my Locust gameplay way more efficient. So I'm going to go ahead and pick up Liang, place her in my capital. I'll get the trader first, so the builder will get +1 charge. And now the Locust build is engaged. So what we're going to do is we're going to use builders where Magnus is, to chop out all of the tiles. I mean, all of the tiles. Literally everything will be getting chopped for resources to make builders and settlers. Then a new city will be settled, ideally in a big forest. And Magnus will be moved, and a whole bunch of new builders will be moved over there. And then we're going to go mass Locust. Do you remember me, Dr. Himant Todkar? Kind of not, actually, if I'm being honest with you. I've met a lot of people in my life, and it's hard to remember them all. Can you please play as a Zulu? I've played plenty of games as a Zulu. Thank you so much, Unearth 1324 for the being a buddy. Also, thank you so much, the Charmer. I missed a few Twitch Primes, I think. Thank you so much for the Twitch Primes, guys. I'm like really into the game, so I missed them. Build a repair icon. I forgot to repair the iron. We're messing up, boys. I can kill this spearmen, but I'm worried that my chariot would die to the quadrireme. Really wouldn't have enough health left, so I'll just heal for a turn. Now that I'm starting to get into, like... Perfect. Awesome. Okay, so we cleared this Barb camp. Now that I'm starting to get into certain things, like, planning-wise, I'll need to start thinking about what my settling strategy is. Like, where am I settling? I think over here is, like, a very obvious city. It's in the middle of a bunch of forests and choppable tiles. 1, 2, 3. I think right on the edge of the border with Congo is a very obvious city, too. It secures me marble and has some choppable tiles. Thank you so much, X-Wings 87 and Big Pothead 420, and not Janus for the Twitch Primes. So this feels like a very natural border with me and the Congo. I definitely feel like there's a city here, like maybe between the horses and the furs, has like serious power. I feel like there's a city in here too. It's near enough to a few different things. Where would I settle if I was settling here? Settling here gets me these forests sooner. Settling one tile to the left gets me these forests sooner. I think I'll go for a more balanced approach. This one will require a lot of gold to hit all these tiles, but it will hit all of them. Maybe a city for the extra furs copy. 1, 2, 3. Possibly here. I like that location. So I'm definitely going to be expanding southeast and south, and then maybe west, and then grabbing the coastline. Coastline isn't useful as Babylon. We want to be looking for river cities. All right. Ideally, river cities and freshwater cities. That's what we want to be looking for as Babylon. So a city along here is pretty high value because we get access to the Palgam. Is it better to settle close to your cities now? I have a friendship with the Congo, which means he's very unlikely to go to war with. In fact, it's actually impossible for him to go to war with me. So forward settling him now is the right move, because you get that out of the way. Because he can't actually attack me if I piss him off. The only person who can attack me right now is Gorgo. And she seems to have her plate full and doesn't hate me enough. Now, there could be an argument to plugging in Ilkum here, because I'm cracking out builders really fast. This trader, I would like to send to Taruga. This is worth 3 gold and 1 sign, so I'm going to take that. Thank you so much, Animaluntamed XX. Thank you so much. I don't know how to pronounce that. So we'll send a trade route to Taruga. This will give me +1 envoy. I could get another envoy in here if I wanted suzerainty. I'm going to yoink suzerainty of Hattusa, just so I can start getting horse resources. Remember to repair the iron. Because I don't have horses improved, but I have access to Hattusa, I'll pick up their iron, plus I'll get horses, which I can sell to the AI. So this is like a really big economic boost for me, is to pick up Hattusa here, because they give you that +2 of each strategic resource per turn that you have revealed but not improved. Is Civ 6 dead? Okay. www.google.com Steam charts. Sid Meier's Civ. The Civilization. Click. There's currently let's see here. There's currently currently there are 30,000 people playing Sid Meier's Civilization 6. Is the game dead? No. Animal Untamed. Oh. I can't believe I missed Anima Untamed. What's up? Dark Blue 32, thank you so much. Which turn are you planning to finish the Ruhr Valley? If I'd like to get it before turn 150. We have another governor title available. I could pick up zoning commissioner on Liang, which would allow me to build districts in the city slightly faster. Political philosophy is almost done. I should have had Magnus in position in the city, but I am going to harvest out the Ancestral Hall so I can build it faster. Do I want to get provision on Magnus? Or do I care? Or do I pick up a Mani and get suzerainty? I think I'm going to pick up a Mani and get a suzerainty of Taruga. Getting suzerainty of Taruga would give me vision. It would give me power. It would give me diplomatic favor. It just increases my power level on the map significantly enough for it to be worth it for me to do. We have our first builder in Mashkin ship here. We are available for chopping. If we want to, we could do a little bit of chopping and trolling. There's a Temple of Artemis available. We can build it off of their furs. It's an interesting idea. I don't think it's worth it though. There's an argument to be made for chopping out the industrial zone in this city because it would give this city at least 3 production. And then it's also a district that's handled long term. And I can't really build settlers right now anyway. How much is a chop worth? I forget. I could quickly get this done before political philosophy is done. Or I could make more builders. I think I'm going to try to get a cheeky industrial zone here. I should really be settling. No. Builder it is. $39 production on jungle right now. So that means it would be 80 production on quarry and woods, which means 2 chops would finish the industrial zone. Thank you so much for the Twitch Primes and HF Sky for the $5. Sir Smokey, thank you so much. They should rename a city Anima Lun Tame to make up for it. Listen, Anima Lun Tamed. There you go. But yeah, let's go for the... Do I want to get the cheeky industrial zone? I don't know if the cheeky industrial zone is as cheeky as I think it is, when I think just getting more builders is the move. I don't understand why you didn't give Magnus provision if you're chopping settlers out of that city. I didn't give Magnus provision because I'm mostly chopping jungle, which means I'm going to be chopping food alongside my production, which means the cities aren't going to really be losing much food in the long run anyway. So it doesn't matter. I should have got a 3rd city earlier. I think that was where my big mistake was. Let's chop out this builder. We get him a turn sooner. I think I needed the 3rd monument. She wants to buy my strategics. I'll sell her my strategics. That's fine. Let's get in position on the deer. We're going to also buy the deer. We'll build a Palgum. We can do it in 5 turns. That's fine. There's another barb camp over here to the northeast that I need to deal with. Yeah, no, I'm not doing the cheeky industrial zone. cheeky builder chop. Boom, 2 turns away. So we'll have a bunch of builders ready to do chopping. Make sure we're buying those easy to get tiles. Huge forest fire over here, which is kind of a good thing for the city when we harvest everything. Political philosophy, boom. This is where we switch it to high gear. This is where things start to pop off. We immediately grab ourselves Classical Republic. We immediately plug in both colonization and income alongside charismatic leader. Now we're getting production in every city. We're building settlers faster. We're building builders faster, which means we can now sort of activate the plan. The first step of the plan is to come in here and begin building the Ancestral Hall. 150 production, I get 50% increased builder production in towards settlers in the city. We do a chop, and then a chop, and then one more chop next turn. This will be instantaneously built. We can now start efficiently chopping out settlers in here. 1, boom, instant settler. Not even a split second's hesitation. Probably shouldn't have sent him this way because it's a forest fire. Probably wanted to go down. Instantly, boom, another settler. Chop, 2 turns from that settler. This is Locust Mode activated. We have activated Locust Mode, okay? The next time you see my empire, there's going to be like 500 cities. I love you all very much. And I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye. Now that, I feel like, is a pretty good YouTube video. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Go stretch your legs, get yourselves a drink of water, and then we're going to keep playing. Oh, thank you so much for the Twitch Primes. Zev1408. Joseph Civ6, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime.
Get the Locust Mode going.
We are getting the Locust Mode going. Right, I'm gonna grab myself a drink of water, stretch my legs, pet my rabbit, and turn on the lights because it got real fucking dark in here. I'm gonna check on dinner stuff too. Eve, are you a fluffy baby rabbit? Hello, my fluffy baby. Why are you acting like you don't like to be pet? Why do you reject me? I forgot to mute my stream. All right. 5-minute break obtained. Potato, what is that button above the world tracker? That's the secret sauce. I'm going to give you a small glimpse into it, okay? This is a new innovation that we're going to be using in all of our games. I ran up the stairs and now I'm like slightly out of breath, so I'm going to need like a minute to calm down. I'm excited. I don't know what it is, but making YouTube videos and live streaming actually puts me in such a mood that I start like zooming around the place, which is why I was singing. Okay. Now what happens when I press play? Oh my god. It's a replay of the whole game. And we're going to be looking at this at the end of this live stream. It's going to be so cool. Maybe cut down on the caffeine. I'm sorry, I snort lines of caffeine before I go to the gym.
Secret sauce. No better time.
I saw that mod on the Ursa Daddy channel. Ursa Daddy channel? Do you have a bear dad? I mean, I'm not judging, but like, do you have a bear dad? What? That's made me erected? You know what? That's information you should have kept to yourself. Hey, buddies, PotatoMcWhiskey here, and welcome back to the Babylon Biosphere Rush game. We're kind of actually rushing the Ruhr Valley, but as a consequence of getting the Ruhr Valley, we'll get the Biosphere. Where we left off, we had just activated Locust Mode. For those of you who aren't familiar, Locust Mode is when you hold off on settling until you have Ancestral Hall, Magnus in a city, a whole bunch of builders, and then the second you get the colonization, Ilkum, and urban planning card plugged in, you just strip the entire land bare of any and all resources in favor of getting as many settlers as possible. Locust Mode is an advanced strategy that most people probably won't be able to pull off, but it is exciting, it is fun, and I should probably switch this back to a Palgum, get that in one turn. But this is where we pop off. This is the key to playing a Babylon game, the Locust strategy. Now, in terms of things that we want to unlock, it's very important that we get feudalism, so we are going to want 6 farms, and we're also going to want to prioritize monuments first in every single city that we make. So let's get to work on military tradition, because no, that actually doesn't lead to it. Yeah, we're just basically rushing feudalism because the extra 2 builder actions is huge for us this game. I understand that by chopping down the entire world, we'll make climate pretty bad. But you know what? That's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Okay? I'm willing to let the world drown in melting ice caps if it means that I get a sweet, sweet empire. So a whole bunch of things just happened this turn. Most notably, this archer got absolutely dunked on by this spearman. But I can threaten his barb camp, which should make him go home. Now we're going to do our second harvest in here. Boom, there's the deer. Ancestral Hall activate. Immediate settler construction. And because we have the Palgum, a lot of the tiles in here are now pretty neat. We have another governor title. This governor title we should think about carefully. Upgrading a Mani. I don't think that's like super important unless there was a city-state that we weren't suzerain of that we really wanted the luxuries of. I don't think that's important. What is important, however, is possibly picking up provision or possibly picking up Pingala. And I think I'm going to maybe appoint Pingala, but I'm not going to spend my government title right now because I have nothing to spend it on. But now is settler time. This is where settlers come from. I spam settlers out of Baby Shark. I spam settlers by chopping them out of Animal Untamed, which I accidentally misread as Anima Luntamed. And we want to use some of our builders to give this city actual, like, productive tiles as well. So not only do we want to quickly chop out settlers, we also want to develop the city a little bit as well. So that's something we have to keep in mind when we're playing this build. Is it's not just about chopping, it's about developing the city as well. Now, there's an unfortunate circumstance here where I'm going to have to wait for this forest to stop burning. It's okay, it's annoying, but it's not the end of the world. Oh my sweet unholy baby Jesus, why are there so many units here? Alright, well, let's kill this guy and pray that you live. We have our second settler. We're going to immediately start sending it this way. We're going to begin building our third settler out of this city, with which we will immediately chop, and boom, now it's 4 turns away, and I should be able to chop this jungle here to get that one. He wants to buy all of my strategics. He'll also give me a great work. I will take that great work. 2 culture right now. That's like a free monument. 100% worth it. It's like one of the greatest trade deals an AI has ever offered me. For me, but not for them. Yoink. I don't care if you die. It's your own fault. But we did clear that barb camp, so we no longer have to deal with it. Barbarians have been beat the F out as it stands right now, which I'm super happy about. There's a little bit of a loyalty problem in here, but if I get this down quick... Oh, you can't settle here because it's on fire. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. But it's not on fire, which means you might be able to settle there soon. Locust Mode continues to activate. We chop out a settler, and then when we have 1 builder charge left in the city, we chop out a builder. That's how that works. You chop out settlers until you have no builders left, and then you chop out a builder. And that way you can keep their perpetual Locust Mode going. You make sure you sell off all of your resources to the AI. You sell off as much as you can in order to pick up extra gold per turn. Like literally everything. You sell everything to the AI. That you possibly can, because gold is your lifeblood in Locust Mode, because look at these tiles that I can buy. It may also actually be worth it to consider plugging in land surveyors here over urban planning, and that is kind of appealing now that I'm thinking about it. That is an aspect of the strategy that I've never used before, but I think once I get games and recreation, I will be making that change. All of these tiles are now becoming incredibly fertilized, which I'm happy about. Let's go ahead and renew our friendships with these players so that they do not attack me. I really don't want to be attacked this game. It's a passive tourism economic game. We have 3 more accessible chops in here. Now, it's really important when you're doing this strategy. Tiles that are 3 tiles away from your cap or your city, they're not accessible, okay? They're too expensive to get to. Tiles that are 2 away are fine, right? 85 gold, these are reasonable prices to pay for these tiles. So effectively, this city has another 3 chops in it before we move Magnus. So we want to have another city in position and ready to accept Magnus when that time limit runs out. So that's what we have to be thinking about. Let's go ahead and chop out this settler here. I think I'd like to get these 2 cities up early because it looks like Greece is starting to expand north. So getting these cities up early would be good. Like I have 1, 2, 3, 4 settlers on the map right now. 4 settlers running around on map. Think about that. I could get the Apadana here. Getting the Apadana might actually be useful because it would allow me to pick up buttresses, which is how I get dams early. If I could get dams really early, I could get really good industrial zones and also prevent flooding on this river. So it's a 22 turn build on the Apadana, or I could continue to build builders in order to send them. Since I won't be... This is it's a tough choice because there's not a whole lot of ancient era wonders for me to pick up. Is Apadana a classical era wonder? It is. The AI really likes it though. I think I'm going to skip Apadana, as good as it is. Oh, it's so good. Don't you waste valuable chops for competitive stuff by playing Locust strategy? That's just something you give up. You give up because when you're playing Babylon as a Locust strategy, your goal is to get as many cities as possible and then get so technologically ahead that people can't possibly compete for the wonders that you want because you're just so far ahead. So we pretty much give up every wonder before medieval era, but we can get whatever wonders we want from later on in the game, which isn't ideal, but... So if I'm settling a city here and I'm settling a city here, how do I want to settle this coastline? That is something I want to consider. I definitely feel like there might be a city over here, like a buffer city. There's a couple of silver that I could pick up. So maybe like, let's say we settled there, right? I could fit 2 cities on this river. 1, 2, 3. Not on this side though. Let's just throw down a few pins and see what the consequences are of those pins. There is a tool that I have. The city overlap tool, or where's my radial measuring tool? So this is like a little tool that you can get in one of the UI mods that I use that lets you see if cities will overlap. So if I settle a city here and here, pretty much this whole coastline here is available to me. And if I settle here, I could possibly settle near or on the iron and then possibly settle another. So I could probably fit, in all honesty, I could fit 1, 2, 3, 4. I could fit 5 more cities on this coastline, which I may do. I definitely, because I'm playing Babylon, I want to settle on a river. And if I'm going to settle on a river, it would be right there. Similarly, if I'm settling up here to the north, I mean, we'll just kind of tentatively plug these cities in. But I'll want things like seaside resorts and uber late game. These coastal cities will actually be worth quite a bit of tourism. So I can fit another city in here, and I would like access to the turtles and stuff like that, as well as the iron. It's quite valuable. So I think I've planned out my coastal cities. We'll eventually get a city over here. There's one here, one here, one here. The coastal cities are less important to me, in all honesty. And I'm way more interested in my land cities this game, because what I want is, like, for example, I'm claiming this desert because I'll be able to put solar panels in it. And once I have Biosphere, I'll be able to get a ton, and I mean a ton of tourism from this desert. So that's huge for me. I don't think it's viable for me to get a Petra in this city. If I were to go for a Petra in this city, I would have to settle on the edge of the desert and then chop a bunch, which I want my chops for settlers and stuff. So that's a no. If he's really clipping? What's wrong? Clipping. Now I can only pay attention to see if he's really clipping. What do you mean? Dude, you're doing digital clip it? It's going to ruin this recording? Huh? Fuck. Dude, you're doing digital clip it? It's going to ruin this recording? Huh? Fuck. Am I actually clipping? Oh, God. Dude, you're doing oh, my God. It's going to ruin this recording? Huh? Fuck. Am I actually clipping? Oh, God. Dude, oh, my God. Ah, fuck. Okay, it's really bad. Hang on. Shit. Now, is that a bit better? Is that quite a bit better, or is it worse? Is that better? I adjusted my gain down and I added a boop. No, but it's the same. What? Try getting excited. Oh my god, it's amazing! No, but it's the same. What? Try getting excited. Oh my god, it's amazing! Fuck, why am I clipping? Okay, I'll try to just talk a little bit more normally. Fuck. Is it gain? Am I too high on the gain? Everyone tells me I'm quiet. I don't understand. Everyone tells me I'm quiet. Why am I clipping at minus 10 dB? It makes no sense. Everyone tells me I'm quiet. Everyone tells me I'm quiet. I have my mic gain. I'm being gaslit by the universe. Everyone tells me I'm so quiet, and I turn my gain up, and now I'm clipping. I just have a deep, quiet voice. Okay, accept it. Jesus Christ. Where's the mic? The mic is about a fist away from my face. About my fist away from my face. Which is how far it's supposed to be when it's a Shure SM7B. You all do need better speakers. This is insanity. You guys have just spent so long at concerts that you've ruined your ears. Anyway, right, let's just play. Have you put a fist between your face and mic? Yes, that is about as far away as it is. Morbus, I adjusted my sound in this episode. Make sure you change, you take that into account. Because I have like hypersensitive hearing. Like if I turn the game up to full, it's blasting my ears. Like this level, like you guys can probably barely hear the game. For me, it's like incredibly loud. Like this noise, it's like someone snapping in my ear. And I have my volume at half. If I put this up to full and I click on this, it's actually like somebody has a bass drum in my head. So I don't know what it is about your guys' audio setup, but it's nothing to do with me. I'm getting really tired of like people complaining about my sound. Dude, this is insane. When I click on this, it's actually blasting my ears off when I click on this right now. So like, can you hear the game? It sounds fine unless you yell. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm trying to figure out why I'm clipping. The problem is I need like a compressor. That's what I need. I need like a compressor. No game sounds? No, this game sound, when I click on this, it actually fucking blasts my ears right now. Like, I'm not joking. When I click on this, it's too loud. I don't know what you guys have done to your ears. But this sounds about as loud as I'm talking right now. Alright. That's enough of that. Morbus, make sure you cut all that shit out. Use OBS to adjust your sound levels? No, because if I do that, it just moves the clipping to a lower volume. The problem is I need a compressor. I just think you guys have shit audio equipment. That's what it is. I am actually fine. I'm 100% right. Is there a setting to lower the game sound for you, or is it just increase it for the stream somehow? I have already done that. I have. Like, I have my mixer set to literally half any of the game sounds that come to me, and not change it for going to OBS. And I made that now. I'm getting 20% of the sound. Right, crowdsource. I have top of the line equipment. You guys just have shit audio. That's all it is. I don't know what is going on. That's hella loud. Yeah, exactly. It's super loud. It's like... God, that's so loud. Alright. Okay, we got distracted by the clipping. I'll have to figure out... I might have to buy a compressor. It's fine. Anyway. We got a settler in Baby Shark.
This is for your new compressor.
Thank you so much, Jeff G. We got a settler in Baby Shark, and we've decided where we want to settle all of these cities. I could go ahead and pick up a granary, which would get me closer to picking up the industrial zone, and I do want to get the industrial zone because I need 2 copies of workshops in order to get industrialization, and I do want to rush industrialization, so I think picking up the granary will give me the food to get to where I need to be a little bit faster. I also want to pick up builders because I want to build 6 farms this game. I want to build 6 farms because I need to get feudalism. Feudalism requires me to get 6 farms. I'll probably get 3 in my capital, here, here, and here, and then another 3 in Animal Untamed, here, here, and here, or maybe here, here, and here. There'll be 6 farms in total in my empire, which means I'll probably need 2 more builders out of my capital after this granary. Now here's something we need to consider. It's 16 turns for a settler. I don't know if overflow works correctly anymore. I actually don't remember if overflow works the way it's supposed to. I'll settle these 2 fresh new cities. And the great thing about settling these fresh new cities is they start with a builder. Now isn't that wonderful? So we can actually get these luxuries online, sell them to the AI, get more gold to buy tiles, and be in a wonderful place. So this is part of why you go for the Locust strat, because you could just expand and expand and expand and expand forever. Let's go ahead and harvest the stone into the settler. But we'll finish the builder first. Sorry, Congo. I won't promise to settle far away from you. So now that we have games and recreation, we're going to make an executive kind of weird choice here. We're going to go for urban planning. We're going to take that out as much as I love it. No, I'm going to plug land surveyors in at random times rather than permanently. Oh. So this mod called What Did I Promise lets you know what promises you have made to the AI, and it actually highlights where you'll be breaking your promise. So I've already settled too close to the Congo, and they're very unhappy about that, but I refuse to settle nearby. And if I settle inside this yellow area, they'll get angry at me again. But because I didn't make a promise, they won't get like as angry. It's a really, really cool mod that I'm going to be spending a little bit more time with so I understand it better, and then I'll make a video explaining what it does and how it works. Let's go ahead and pick up marble. Boom. What do they do if you break the promise? Well, I didn't actually give them a promise, but usually you suffer diplomatic penalties. They may attack you. They get grievances. They get, it just isn't good. So we want to rush monument in every single new city. Dermuti has been settled. We're sitting on another thing. I'm going to go ahead and pick up Pingala here. And I'm probably going to use Dermuti as a scientific place because there's like an incredible campus right here. And then we'll eventually get a theater square in here. Although, how much do I care about a campus over a theater square? I think once I get these 2 builders, I am going to go for the Apadana. So I'm just going to lock that in and pray that I can get it. I don't know if I will. But it would be really, really nice if I could pick up Apadana this game. we're sitting on another envoy. I could put 1 point in Vilnius, which will give me +1 culture in my capital. So I'm going to take that because I do want that culture in my capital. Every point of culture is kind of huge for me right now. What I'm going to do with the free builders that I get from settling cities, I'll build like a little bit of light infrastructure. So things like sheep will get improved, things like marble will get improved, and that'll allow these fresh cities to improve. And you can see here, this also gives you a diplomatic briefing based on what the other player has asked you to do. So it actually gives me a pop-up here telling me that I'd be breaking an agreement. Well, I didn't actually agree to it, but he will be annoyed about it. You can see here, refused to make a promise, promise refused, and continued behavior. So he has some grievances against me, which will upset him. But I do have a declared friend for 27 more turns. So by the time that rolls around, these grievances should go away. And it's just about time. If I improve this wheat, I could save on a farm.
What is the comfort radius on settling? I can't figure it out. Also, can you name a city? Volume knob.
Sure thing. Volume knob. The radius on settling is 1, 2, what looks to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 tiles. If you settle within 8 tiles of an enemy city, they'll get upset. Which is a pretty damn big radius. I'm going to just say that right now. We work on monuments, improve the wheat. This will give the city a growth tile, and I do want to get to 2 population in here, although I don't actually need that growth tile. Magnus will be going in the city the second we chop these 2 tiles. The details of the relationship with the AI is not a mod. This is base game stuff here, where you can see how they feel about you. I do have a mod, though, that shows me global relations. Like you can see here that Peter and Gorgo are at war because they have a red line between them, whereas me and Gorgo are unfriendly. It's quite a useful... It's not like the most useful mod in the world, but it's kind of a fun, neat little mod. You would stand there, wouldn't you, Russia? The one place I need. I'm going to delay my chop by a turn. Giga jerk. That's what he is. Let's buy both of these tiles so we can be ready to chop next turn. Might be able to squeeze out another settler out of the city, and I would really like it. Let's pop in a pasture here. Boom. Horseback riding unlocked. And importantly, we have a nice 2 food, 3 production tile in the city that'll allow it to grow and produce this monument in a reasonable amount of time. We are getting close towards feudalism. Thank you so much, C Techits, for the Twitch Prime. Appreciate you, man. Potato is my battle cry. Thank you so much. Chance to travel. Thank you for the $20. Happy Thanksgiving. Sure thing. I think that one hasn't actually popped up yet, but I can see it. Thanks. Thanks. If anyone wants to send me Thanksgiving turkey in the mail, I will accept it.
Since you're streaming, I guess I'm not working today. Cool. Will you rename a city to Happy Thanksgiving Eve?
Yes, sir. I have already done that task, and you should work. Don't bunk off on my account. Didn't you get the Everest settling boost on Borsippa? I can double check that for you. I don't think so. I don't think I was close enough, unfortunately. I think I'm a little bit too far. 1, 2, it has to be within 2 tiles, yeah.
Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew. Boil 'em, mash 'em,
So let's
stick 'em in a
harvest
stew.
out a settler. Boom. Untamed. Awesome. And we can maybe start settling up to the north now. We've already secured over here to the west. And, I mean, it's like, when did we start chopping? Turn 50? And we've chopped out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cities or something insane. Soon to be 7. I think the Locust build is pretty balanced, guys. I'm pretty happy with the Locust build. Actually, we're going to just quickly chop out one last builder in this city. And then we'll move Magnus next turn. I think Eshuna is next. It has a reasonable number of like things like stone and stuff like that. I may even, depending on the price here, 55 gold. If I buy like 4 tiles, I get my money back. So quickly swap in land surveyors here and come in and just like boop. We want to buy the high value tiles first. Like that. And I'll be able to buy a couple more over the next few turns for chopping. Alright, harvest out the builder, boosh, and now we can immediately grab Magnus and reassign him over to Eshuna. So Eshuna is going to be the next location for builder chopping, and then we'll use the remaining builder charges in Animal Untamed to actually improve this city and turn it into something useful. I don't think Happy Thanksgiving Eve is going to be a city where I do much Magnus chopping, so we'll probably skip this city as a destination for Magnus. We may use Volume Knob as a location for Magnus. None of these northern cities are going to be used for Locust play. Oh, there's a Great Barrier Reef here. That is disgusting. I didn't even realize that was there. Oh, yeah. I knew there was a reason in my memory why I wanted to come over here and claim this city. This is God tier. So we need to wait 5 turns for Magnus. I don't think there's much we can do in those 5 turns, but we will be fine. Builder and Baby Shark. Let's start improving tiles. Right, we're going to put a mine right here. So it's a 2 food, 4 production tile. That's fantastic. Ideally, want lots and lots of production in this city. More mines, more mines. Oh, it's spelled knob. Whoops, I forgot the K on knob. Whoops.
Potatoes. Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew. Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew.
Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime, Vac Duck. This is going to be an absolute god tier Ruhr Valley. I mean, just look at the number of mines I can eventually get in this city. And people doubted me. Like actual doubters. So let's have a look. Is there important tech? Well, we really just need to get our 2 workshops up now. So I may just quickly squeak out this campus and then grab the industrial zone. Oh my god! Oh, maybe I made a mistake. I actually need the growth buildings in here. Never mind. I just need to grow to be able to actually work all these insane tiles that I have. Granary for housing, Palgum for food. God, this city's production is sick. Just wait. Just wait until it becomes even better. We'll settle the Great Barrier Reef city. Now, this city's in a bit of a dangerous spot. So this one's going to probably immediately build ancient walls and an encampment to defend against Greece. Because I think if Greece is going to attack me, there's two places they're going to attack me. Either here or over here. And so that'll justify rushing walls in both of these cities and maybe even getting archers over there. Speaking of archers, I'll get this one over here. I definitely want to defend my Great Barrier Reef city. And I may... we'll see. What if Ruhr gets steel? Literally impossible, okay? I am top science. There's no way anyone is getting to Ruhr Valley ahead of me. I'm top science. I'm currently winning the science game. It may only say 7.1 here, but because I'm playing Babylon, I am winning. Okay, I need you to understand that. Ooh, military tactics is going to have to be hard research. That is unfortunate. Ancient walls will boost engineering. Aqueduct will... Yeah, okay, so I will be chopping out... I'm going to chop on the furs in order to get my ancient walls faster, which will give me access to aqueducts. And then I'll be chopping out an aqueduct in order to get access to military engineering, which will give me access to niter. The armory will also allow me to get gunpowder so that I can get extra production on quarries and also get musketmen to be able to defend myself. So this all kind of feeds into itself very nicely. I will soon have knights because I am working on feudalism in the very near future. So I'm feeling pretty good about the position of the game that I'm in. Let's get ancient walls in here as well. We'll improve the horses. Extra copy of horses. Let's go ahead and see if we can sell resources. I have luxuries to sell. She'll take 10 gold per turn for marble, which is an incredible deal for me. Who wants iron and who wants horses? 11 gold for iron and horses. Boom. 4 gold for iron. Perfect. How do people feel about Diplo favor? 6 gold for 30 Diplo is a good deal. My economy is now insane. I can continue to buy tiles and be a locust. I do need farms for feudalism. I need 6 in total. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So I'll be able to get the farms very easily here. Boom, there's a farm. This is the beauty of the Babylonian river farm with the Palgum. Like, look at this. 3 food, 1 production. You don't see farms like that very often. So it's 80 production for ancient walls. I'm going to go ahead and harvest the wood that is on this furs tile. Because yes, it's -1 production per turn, but it means I get my ancient walls like ridiculously faster, which is like super useful. I definitely feel like it would be a good idea to pick up the silver here. So I'll buy that tile and improve it soon. I have my second builder in my capital. Let's now get to work on the Apadana. It's a 17-turn build, which is a pretty respectable amount of time for a wonder. We'll put a farm here. Next turn, we can get the boost for feudalism. It's all working out very nicely. If I'm looking at Happy Thanksgiving Eve, what do I want to build in this city? Ideally, a Palgum is actually extremely powerful here. I think I'd also like to nab another river tile. I think I may just yoink a couple of river tiles here. Because as Babylon, these are like super powerful.
At Antonio Rogojan would like you to name a city, Baia Mare, Great Mine, which is an actual city in Romania.
Mare. Yeah, thank you so much, Chance to Travel. I will rename the city Baia Mare. Great Mine. Ooh! This is a city that doesn't have mines.
Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew. Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew.
There we go. That's a good city name right there. God damn, a +6 holy site would be insane here. I think this city combo is probably going to do something like we'll have an entertainment complex between them. We will have a couple of theater squares. Like so. And then maybe another district right here. Maybe a wonder.
Potatoes. Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew. Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew.
Coliseum. Oh, we could go Coliseum! We might do it. Did we do it? Is this gross? This is a gross configuration, but it works amazingly well. I could go Mausoleum in Durkuragalzu. It'd be an awkward mausoleum is the problem. I don't have a good tile. The best tile to put Mausoleum on is the best tile for the campus in this city. Although I don't really want campuses as Babylon. One campus is fine. Thank you so much, Harley XDDDDDD, for the tier 1 sub. Buy that barb camp and you get your money back. I don't think I have the money to buy it, unfortunately. It's only 30 gold. We have access to furs now, which I can sell to the AI. Although I may keep it because it's probably preventing some amenity problems in a few of my cities, which is worth 10% of the city's production. Hi Potato, how's it going? How are you managing the new lockdown in Ireland? There's a lockdown? I honestly, I have just become a hermit. I'm resigned to living in my house alone for the rest of my life. And the outside world no longer exists. So while we did have a good run with the outside world, I think me and the outside world are done, and not just on Twitch. Let's go ahead and harvest this settler out. Boom. Now I should have the gold. I think we do it. I think we go for it. Like, it's too good. It's too good not to do. We pop down a farm, and we pop down a farm. Perfect. There's feudalism boosted. Think we'll yoink Liang and reassign her to Happy Thanksgiving Eve just for a little while, because I am building a builder in there and the city will continue to grow and produce and be fruitful and multiply. I'm close to a potential golden age here. 9 turns. If I can get 4 Eurekas, maybe a galley. A galley would give me a little bit of era score. Upgrading a unit would give me a little bit of era score. So, if I could get just a little bit more gold for maybe some of these strategics, 155 gold off of you. That potentially gives me a purchase upgrade on you. I'd say if I could get a galley, let's do it. 260 gold. I can buy a galley next turn. This settler, I've more or less settled all the land that I want. I just have to snag a few. Wow, Jesus Christ. His anger range has just increased. Oh, it's because he settled Bukavu. Oh, Jesus, he's like buffed his own anger range. I think I'm going to go ahead and pick up Pingala Connoisseur in particular. Culture is my main bottleneck this game for getting the neighborhood, which is my part of my win condition. If I can get the neighborhood, my win condition is activated. The problem is that I also want to be using my gold in here for things. Let's get ourselves another builder. I think the golden age is worth spending the stuff on. I mean,
Cheeky like bomb?
It's only a 4-city Colosseum, but it is a cheeky Colosseum, and I'm a big fan of it. Cheeky like bomb? What? Oh, cheeky like bomb. I was like, what? What are you talking about? A cheeky like bomb? What do you mean? It was the way the robot lady said it. Palgamin here is gross. Just a super amount of food. Let's go ahead and buy ourselves the galley. Ooh, let's avoid actually finishing shipbuilding. If I avoid finishing shipbuilding and got 2 galleys, the +2 era score from this galley, I'll get another era score when I finish the ancient walls, and I'll get an era score if I can get another galley. So I think we're actually fine. If I can just get a little bit of raw gold, and I can. All right, so if I just get 2 galleys, we're good. We have a golden age secured. And that might give me a way to spend my faith in the early game on maybe extra builders. That would be really, really powerful. All right, I'll drop a farm. So I have 2 farm triangles now, which is fantastic. 2 farm triangles. Very, very useful. We're close to feudalism. What's the add-on you have at the top of the screen with amenities and housing icons? I don't actually remember. I was playing around with different mods, and I think it's like happiness and growth indicators, I think the mod is called, but I don't remember. Uh, 44 food, 42 production. This might not actually work in the short term. I don't think this is going to work, actually. I don't think I can go for that. I think I have to just chop out settlers, because I can easily chop out another settler in here with the tiles that are available. So yeah, I'll still make an attempt to go for the Colosseum. But it's going to be a sort of a weak and feeble attempt rather than a robust and strong one. Right, we'll harvest here. I'm really looking for is getting to 7 pop in a reasonable amount of time in here. It looks like things are kind of going okay. We've got a huge amount of food and production in my capital. We're going to get Apadana in 11 turns. If I grabbed Apadana, that would be perfect, because that would unlock dams for me. And then I'm just like in an incredible position.
Potatoes. Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a
Normal people believe.
Alright, boom.
that-
There's engineering finished, because we boosted it. And then if I buy a second galley, that will actually finish shipbuilding, which means all the research time I invested into it was a waste. But, you know, as Babylon, science is kind of a waste resource anyway. But there you go, right? Golden Age, boom. 48. Perfect. So we secured a Golden Age. Very happy about that. In Dur Kurigalzu, Monument is the most important thing that I pick up, because it expands my borders. I'm just going to yoink that. There's another 3 era score. I guess I didn't need to do that complicated maneuver. Alright then. I'd love if they just wouldn't stand there. That would make me happy.
Been loving the stream and vids. Slowly getting better each game I play. Thanks.
Hey, thank you so much for the dono there. I appreciate it. Creed, and thank you for subscribing with primers. Embria Tech as well. Thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. What's the yellow highlighted tiles? That's telling you it's a mod that I'm. It's called What Did I Promise? I think is what it's called, and it basically tells you if settling inside this area will annoy the AI. That's what it's telling me. Right, one more harvest. Boom. There is another builder coming, so I don't need to harvest at another builder. The city will be very weak for a while. We'll go ahead and auto-explore with both of these guys. I don't feel like micromanaging my galleys. Just let them go off and get into trouble. Unfortunate. Unlucky. 1 turn until growth there. That's perfect. Yeah, Congo's asked me not to settle here. I can't delay, so I'm just going to settle here anyway, because I don't really care about what they asked me to promise. As long as my grievances don't get too high, they won't hate me. I currently have 11 more turns, so I can continue to piss them off a little bit more and not suffer too many bad consequences. Let's go ahead and grab ourselves a monument in here. This city's lacking production, first and foremost, which tells me that it needs horses as a tile. Thank you so much, Otto Gifford, for the Twitch Prime. It's EQ. You're clipping around 12 kilohertz. EQ. I'm clipping around 12 kilohertz. What do you mean? Is that like a mic thing? Or is it like a cable thing? Because I literally just have the raw microphone information going through into the into OBS. I don't do any modulation to it because my logic was get it as sounding as good as you want to boost 2K and roll off the higher frequencies. I don't use a compressor at all. I just raw mic input. That's what I do.
Potatoes. Boil 'em, mash 'em,
I just do
stick 'em in a
raw
stew.
mic
Boil
input
'em, mash
into a
'em,
mixer,
stick 'em in a stew.
and then into my computer. Just joined back and it's quiet. Raise your volume. Turn the knob on your computer. And if that doesn't do it, buy a better sound system. Because on my end, and if that doesn't do it, buy a better sound. Because I'm literally at minus 30 dB on my audio system, and when I listen back to my audio, it's insanely loud, like insanely loud. So I don't know if I just have like ridiculous equipment or like I have like super sensitive ears. You can use the virtual plugins. Yeah, but that introduces like audio delay and distortions and stuff like that. So I just wanted to go like raw audio. Because my logic is if I can get the less fecking around I do with my audio, the more like the less I have to deal with distortions, the less I have to deal with audio lag, delay, all that stuff. I don't know, like I'm actually like, because when I'm listening to Let's Plays, 99% of the time, the person who is playing it has like, maybe it's like, I don't know if it's like, I think there's like a thing for people who have like ADD or autism where they have like the inability to tune out background noise. But if somebody's playing a game and the game sounds are like just slightly too loud for me, it really triggers me and I can't watch their videos. So I instinctively try to have my game sounds lower for me, but like even the game input that I'm sending to the stream, I have that split, so I hear that at half the normal volume. So I'm hearing what you hear for the game audio at half what you should hear, and it still sounds loud to me. Do you know what I mean? Because it's like, it sounds like, it's not even half. It's a quarter. I have a quarter of the volume because I'm down 20 dB compared to what stream hears. Can't you turn down the volume on your headphone? I literally am. I hear game sounds at a quarter of the level that you guys hear, and it still sounds incredibly loud. Okay, so if I click on this, that sounds super loud to me, but everyone tells me they can't hear it. And I don't know, I really don't know what to do, because when I listen back to my videos, I can hear the game sounds fine. It's just like, is it an equipment thing? Is it like a personal thing? I don't know. I just don't know what the answer is. Let's go ahead and send an envoy to... Do I want to send it... I think I'm going to send an envoy to Samarkand, because 6 gold per turn is quite a valuable amount. And it'll also give me an envoy with them. I mean, people keep talking to me about the audio issues, so if people are going to bring up a topic, I'm going to address it. That's pretty much just how live streaming works. You talk about what the people in chat talk about. Live streaming is actually like, live streaming and YouTube creation is not just me making videos. It's we make videos, right? If you guys come up with interesting topics or interesting problems, we'll talk about them, right? That's why one of the hardest things ever is like when I'm full of beans and chat is just dead silent. It's like, all right, I guess I have to carry the conversation. When I'm really, really, really in the mood to have a conversation with chat and you guys are just like, resident sleeper, we're all having a nap. That's probably the toughest and least fun time. So we're going to go ahead and finish feudalism, but it's also about time that I started thinking about my theatre squares. Monuments aren't going to carry me much further in terms of culture, and I'll just need a lot of culture. Don't forget, I also just have like a really quiet voice because I actually did a test. Like 80% of the tonal noises of my voice are in like the 5 kilohertz and lower range. 80%. I did a test with another person, Morbus, and some of his went up to like 8 kilohertz. I just have a very low, quiet voice. It's just not deep. It's kind of like a nasally, quiet voice. I don't know how to describe it. I just have like, I can talk higher, but like most of my tonal sounds are like really low, like down as low as like 100 hertz or whatever. I don't remember how to measure it, but it's like my voice is just very low and quiet. Lovely. One turn until the classical era, and we just got stirrups, which gives our pastures +1 food, and we also got feudalism, which gives all of our farms +1 food if they're adjacent to 2 other farm improvements, and we also have access to serfdom, which is arguably one of the most important cards in the entire game. I'm going to go ahead and slap in serfdom and pop out land surveyors and plug in urban planning, because that's 8 production now. It's kind of hard to pass that up. But +2 builder charges on our builders means that the efficiency of improving the tiles in my empire has just gone up dramatically. We're also fighting a little bit of barbarian encampment-y kind of stuff, or not encampment, but you know what I mean. So Locust Mode is fully active here. We're going to harvest out that, and we'll get to work on that entertainment complex and see if we can go for the thing here. I think it's time for Magnus to move, and the next destination for Magnus might be Volume Knob. There's quite a bit of actual forest in here for us to harvest. So we'll quickly yoink Magnus and stick him in Volume Knob. And then we'll stick Pingala in whatever I have as the highest population city. Probably Baby Shark. I'll throw him into here for now. And that's fine by me. So I need to get another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 settles, and I can probably get a good few of them. After Apadana is built, I can probably spam settlers at a Baby Shark. Animal Untamed is growing quickly. Where would this build? I'll probably send the builder over to Volume Knob, to be honest. Lovely. World enters the medieval era. Now we have a golden age. There's a couple of things we could go for here. Pen, brush, and voice would be a huge, and I mean huge, amount of culture for us this game. It'll add up quite well. Monumentality also gives us a way to get extra builders in Volume Knob. And if I were to, for example, move Liang, over somewhere closer as well. That combo would be quite good. I think my builders are a little bit expensive right now. For the amount of faith that I make, I could probably only buy like 3 builders this era at most, which doesn't feel the most amazing to me. So for me, Penbrush and Voice feels like the best one. Monumentality isn't bad because of the +2 movement on builders, but also builders and settlers become cheaper to buy with gold too, so that's something to consider. And I have a lot of stuff to sell. My instinct tells me that monumentality is quite valuable because I'm making so much gold now that I'll be able to get an insane amount of builders and get these last settlements out. And I think I'm going to go... Man, Penbrush and Voice is quite good, but I don't have that many districts, so I think monumentality is the right move here. Because now I can buy builders for 175 faith. So for example here, in Thanksgiving Eve, I can just crack out a cheeky builder. And now, not only that, but builders are also cheaper with gold. So this is only 360 gold for a builder, which isn't too bad. It's quite reasonable, considering how much money I'm making. I could yoink suzerainty of Taruga here, which would give me more diplomatic favor to sell to the AI. I think yoinking diplomatic thingy of them is the right move.
Potatoes. Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew. Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew.
Thank you so, Mambaroy, for the tier 1. The mod next to the iron icon just tells me how many luxury resources I have and how many copies of each I have.
Potatoes. Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew. Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew.
Venetian Arsenal this game? It's what the people want.
We might do a Venetian Arsenal Lights one. Thanks very much for the $5 diddly dues. I'll vote for myself twice. Although then again, I could vote for someone like Mavemba, guarantee the win, because he'll probably vote for himself. Although he might vote for me because he likes me. Actually, yeah, maybe. I think it's best if range units are stronger too. So hopefully range units and Mavemba passes. Yeah, they voted for me because they're, you know, they're dummies. I actually don't need to research drama and poetry because I'm going to finish the Apadana in 2 turns, which will unlock it for me. So I think I could just head up towards exploration. PotatoMcWhiskey, do you think you'll play Warhammer 3 when it comes out? I think one of my long-term goals of the channel is to diversify my content slightly. Warhammer 3, Age of Empires 4, Hearts of Iron, Victoria 3, all these kind of games that I really like are going to feature in that. Maybe less Warhammer 3. I'm not the biggest fan of Total War. But definitely maybe a playthrough or 2 of that game. Big plan next year is diversifying content and revenue streams. So we're going to be looking at really, really high quality merchandise is what I would like to produce next year. So for example, I'd like to do like some limited time t-shirts or hoodies or socks that, you know, we only ever do one run of them. So they're almost like collector's items. They're really, really high quality that you could wear out. Not too memey, but like memey enough to be cool. So that's kind of like what I'd like to do. Nuzlocke is December. And I'm like super looking forward to it. Make a potato plushie? Yeah, definitely going to be making a potato plushie. I really like the idea of doing limited runs of things. Because, yes, I hate FOMO. But also like the logistics of like handling a long-term run of a product is like difficult. Whereas if I just make like, if I make like 2,000 plushies and I say there's 2,000, first 2,000 people to buy them, get them. If the demand is too high, we'll make more. That sort of like feels like good to me. I think some sort of drinking glass would be appropriate too, as well as like a meme, like a couple of meme items too, like a potato peeler. Feels natural for my brand. Palgum Granary in Happy Thanksgiving Eve. I'll even chop out the Palgum to get it a bit sooner because it's worth production and food. And then we'll start running these builders over to Volume Knob to get good value out of them. The peeler handle could be your avatar. Yeah, you could do lots of fun things like that. I need to like do research on how to make merch and get it produced and sent. Really, what I need is a manager. I need like a manager who can handle all the business side of things. Like organizing and cooperating with partners for that kind of thing.
But it was burnt
We got the
down.
Apadana, which gives us
By
+2
the
envoys
grace of
whenever we
our
build a
Master
wonder, including
and
Apadana in the
Anahita
city.
and
So that means
Bruce.
any sort of
And all
wonders
I
we
ask
build in our
poets
capital
of
city now have
England
extra
is
value.
overcome.
And we finished 2 pretty important technologies. The first one being buttresses, and the second one being drama and poetry. So now if I come into my capital, it's actually imperative that I get to work on my industrial zone now. This one needs to get finished because I need to get my workshop up and running so that I can grab industrialization and begin the Ruhr Valley in Animal Untamed. So we'll go Palgum, Monument, and Granary to get these cities growing. Not sure what I want to do with Biomare, so I'm just going to let it kind of sit there nice and tidily, happily. Building 2 harbors is almost certainly not going to happen this game. I probably won't be building any harbors. I may build harbors in the very, very, very late game. I definitely want to start thinking about machinery, own 3 archers. I definitely want to build an aqueduct. That's going to be important. There's a few things that I need to unlock here. I'm very unlikely to get education. I'm about to finish mathematics. So I think I'll just click on education. Military tactics and education. Both of these are very unlikely for me to ever get a boost. So these will have to be hard teched this game. There's an envoy in mysticism. What's our next goal? Let's kind of think about our plan here. We need as much culture as we can get this game. So let's think about where we might actually extract a bit of culture out of this tree. Trade Confederation isn't bad for international trade routes, although it does take up an economic policy slot, which might be better used. But in the mid-game, it might be useful to go for that. I think the big thing would probably be just getting to Merchant Republic. I think I will be going for Merchant Republic because this is about the time in the game where I want to start building my theater squares, is once I get Merchant Republic. So I'm going to go ahead and click on Merchant Republic and start making my way there. I'll grab Mysticism into military training. Mercenaries into exploration. Do I want to get alliances early? I could go for civil service and pick up alliances. I think I'll hold off on that. I don't think I need any more governors. I could pick up researcher on Pingala, but most of my science comes from achievements, like quote-unquote like achieving things in the game, rather than just passive science. If I'm going to build districts in Dur Kurigalzu, what am I going to build? I do feel like the occasional trade route isn't bad. And it would be quite a memey city to get the Mausoleum of Halicarnassus in, so maybe I'll get started on a harbour. But I want a couple of builder charges over here as well before I really start working on those kind of things. Hey, I liked your Soviet run from yesterday. Thank you so much. I'm hoping to do more Hearts of Iron content over time. I'd like to do another run on this patch, maybe in, you know, December or January, sometime around then. Knowledge of mathematics has advanced considerably, and we also unlocked mysticism as well as mathematics. Perfect, 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 perfect. So there was the industrial zone. I'll grab myself 2 archers, so I have access to crossbowmen. That'll improve the combat strength of these forward cities. And it'll also give me units that I can garrison on the slightly less vulnerable cities on the border with Congo. Still vulnerable, but not quite as vulnerable. So I'm just going to harvest a builder in this city, like so. Boom. To get that done.
Bravery is being the only one.
Let's place our theater squares in the cities where we plan to get them. So we have our theater squares placed down here. We can get them whenever we need them. In terms of this city, these tiles are actually fine and don't need to be upgraded. The city is chooching along as fast and as hard as it can go. There's an argument to be made for another district type. I would like to get my diplomatic quarter relatively soon. Something I'm missing quite a bit, to be honest. As well as trade routes in general are something that I need to start prioritizing a little bit in the near future. Let's start buying tiles in volume knob with a particular emphasis on really good choppable tiles. So we have a bunch of tiles now ready to be chopped, just as the builders arrive to start doing it, and there'll be another builder coming out. So this city will get completely transformed over the next 4 to 5 turns, and I'll crack out a few extra settlers from it as well. Let's go ahead and throw down. Congo has asked me not to settle here for another 4 turns. I think my grievances from settling will go away before our friendship is up, so I think it's totally fine for me to settle here. And then this is a pretty terrible city, but it acts as a loyalty blocker, so he's less likely to try to settle beyond this. And it secures me important late game solar farms. It's a crap city, but it blocks, basically. And then this builder is free to go maybe improve another city. There is something to be said of switching this campus over to a holy site in order to take advantage of monumentality. It would probably let me get out 1 more builder this era. But then again, the main advantage that I'm going for monumentality here is so they're cheaper to buy with gold rather than faith. So we'll see. Let's start chopping out the settler. Boom. Boom. We'll finish that builder real quick. A lot of stuff is like ready to pop off in the city. So lovely, we got the entertainment complex, and because we're playing Babylon, we get the first building in the entertainment complex for free, and we can get Colosseum in 24 turns, and this is a 4-city Colosseum. It hits 1, 2, 3, 4 cities. Not terrible, not amazing, not bad, but it also gives me 2 really good theater squares in the city, as well as a bunch of extra culture. So I'm very happy with that Colosseum. I think, though, there is good enough to stop off for now. I love you all very much, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye. Okay, that's all she wrote for that episode. I'm going to take another 5-minute break, talk amongst yourselves, children of the stream, have a little chat. Thank you guys so much for subbing, subscribing, stopping in, all that sort of stuff. Don't forget to like the video. Don't forget to follow the Twitch stream. Drop the old Twitch primes in. Any primers? I'm gonna go have a bit of food. I'll be back in 5-10 minutes, and we'll continue this game. So go ahead, stretch your legs, get a drink of water, and make sure you follow the stream. Thanks to the stream. Sad that it's ending. I actually hate you all. Right, I'll be back in like 5-10 minutes. Okay, I'm gonna get some food. All right, boys, we're back. Welcome to the stream team. Why did I run up the stairs again? Now I'm out of breath.
Potatoes. Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew.
Thank you so much, Gully.
Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew.
I used to be able to run up the stairs and not get out of breath, but there's 2 flights of stairs now, so it's just that little bit extra. It's like just enough for me to be like, okay, take a moment. Running up any stairs kills me. I like to maintain my ability to run upstairs. It's fun. I get a breath rolling off the couch. Hell yeah, brother. Couch brother. All right. Hey, Spuddies, PotatoMcWhiskey here, and welcome to Civilization 6, where we are rushing the Ruhr Valley, and we are in the end game. We are close to picking up the Ruhr Valley, only a matter of turns away. We just need to finish this industrial zone, grab ourselves a workshop, and then it's basically home free. It's Ruhr Valley time. I'm sitting on 4 envoys. It may be good to take suzerainty of Samarkand and designate a city as a trading city. I could possibly do that in Rapakum. I could make this into a trading city. Alternatively, I could turn this river city into a trading city as well. I could fill this with trading domes and just make a ton of money. That kind of appeals to me. So I'll put a point into Taruga and 2 points into Samarkand. Grab myself some suzerainty, and we'll kind of like we'll play around with that idea. Let's go ahead and harvest out another settler. We're kind of running out of choppable tiles, so Locust Babylon is coming to a close. That's something we need to keep in our minds, in our back pockets. I think I'll harvest the wheat on the first to finish the infrastructure in this city slightly faster, because the extra food and growth will actually, you know, pay dividends over the long term. In terms of improving the city, I don't know if getting rice improved matters. It would give the city +1 housing. I think I'd rather improve the camp. The extra gold means a big deal to me here. I do actually have strategic or luxury resources to sell. Nobody wants my furs, though, unfortunately. Let's go ahead and harvest out another settler.
Why
10
not rush
turns.
a more useful wonder, like Venetian Arsenal?
Zykline. You know what, man? I'm not rushing the Venetian Arsenal. You can ask my Venetian Arsenal. That's what I think about that strategy. We've got a couple of like actually pretty good far out shops in this city. So we'll be feeding a lot of gold into volume knob here. It would be ideal if I had something I could harvest for gold. Might have to make do with selling off strategic resources for raw gold. So 270 gold from Russia is perfect. 73 gold from Gorgro is also perfect. Is it worth it for me to plug in? I mean, land surveyors, I'm not spending that much gold, to be honest. So pick up that and that. Yeah, lots of choppables now. Let's quickly finish the granary in this city. I'm just going to yoink away this rainforest. Boom. And then we'll yoink out another settler. So great. I think I have 1, 2, 3 more settlers is all I need. And I can probably get 1 more out of this city. And then we're firing on all cylinders, which is very exciting. I haven't had a game go this well for me in a very long time. I've been kind of having some pretty hard games lately. I am going to build walls in Happy Thanksgiving Eve to provide this city with a little bit of defense. I border Russia and the Congo. So if I can make sure that they stay friendly with me, these walls aren't actually necessary. And since they both just declared friendships with me, I don't need those walls anymore. There is an argument to be made for building a +6 adjacency holy site in here. A little bit of extra faith. It could be worth a little bit of tourism long term. Holy sites aren't bad at all. There is actually a pretty good religion in the game, I assume.
Strategic resources for raw gold. Is that preferable to cooked gold?
Absolutely. Raw gold is way better than cooked gold. 100%. One thing to consider is Buddhism is spreading throughout the lands, as is Eastern Orthodoxy. Buddhism allows me to get extra culture from my holy sites, which is quite powerful, as well as science. And Eastern Orthodoxy gives me a lot of food and production. So building holy sites isn't the worst thing in the world with the local religions that are around. Like you could argue that theoretically, this holy site is actually worth more culture than the theater square. And that means I'm going to build the holy site first. I need to build one lumber mill, so I'll probably crack down a lumber mill somewhere nearby. I'm starting to run out of things to do with some of my builders. Either I don't have tiles to improve, or I don't have anything to chop. I definitely need a builder over in Durkuragalzu. Or Durkuragalzu, yeah.
Remember that people break
We
down
just
too.
unlocked machinery, so we have access to crossbowmen now. So we're quite a bit better defended than we were just a few moments ago. These cities now have pretty good ranged attacks. I'll go ahead and one-turn that campus. And I'll almost certainly go for the aqueduct in here as well. So campus, aqueduct. And a diplomatic quarter wouldn't be bad. I would also like a theater square. I could probably put a couple of theater squares over here, so it's less necessary for this theater square to belong to the capital when it can belong to Animal Untamed. But yeah, I think campus, aqueduct here. Campus, just so I get that little bit of extra trickle science, is a +4 campus, plus it's worth a little bit of era score. We are in our golden age, so that little bit of era score is worth it. And then getting the aqueduct also reveals niter. Niter is a powerful tile. Anywhere that I just find niter tiles, those cities are instantaneously improved. We'll go ahead and work on the workshop, and by the time we finish this workshop, this city should be ready to build its factory and its coal power plant, and then ready for Ruhr Valley. So we're on track for our goal this game, which is to hit Ruhr Valley. Plus, the second I get this workshop, all of my mines are going to be another +1 production, which is going to be absurd. I place a lumber mill, grab myself the beauty of mass production. So I can theoretically build the Venetian arsenal here this game if I so choose. I may not choose to do that, however. It all depends on how nice the viewers are to me, okay? Do I want a plantation in this city? I think a plantation is a reasonable thing to do. It's quite a bit of food, it's quite a bit of production, it's quite a bit of gold. So I think I will keep a plantation, because harvesting for food isn't the most efficient thing in the world. Then we will go ahead and slap down another chop on the settler. We'll get him out next turn. Andrew Bourdrew, thank you so much for the 3-month membership. I don't know what everyone is talking about. The audio sounds great. The 2 flights of stairs catching my breath commentary just enhances it all. So I think I will hold for 1 turn. They'll attack me. I'll get a promotion, and then I should be able to clap back and, you know, absolutely destroy those cheeks. Those galley aquatic cheeks. +3 era score for finishing the first campus with +4 adjacency in the city of Animal Untamed. Perfect. And I think some of my builder charges now need to actually just go towards building mines in the city. Venetian Arsenal or Riot? Thank you so much, Lightswarm. Karkar is doing okay. I think we just need to get the Palgum and the Granary in here, and the city will be cranking away just fine. He didn't actually attack me. That's annoying. Why won't he attack me? Is he waiting for me to attack? Alright, I'll attack first. He'll attack me and kill me. That's what's going to happen there. I guarantee it. Watch. Even though I sat there and waited for him to do it, now he's going to do it. Watch. Oh no, he didn't actually attack me. Never mind. Alright, I'm wrong. Delete the footage, Morbus. Hide my crimes. What mod gives you the color on the drawings? This is the colorized historic moments mod. It's just a nice, cute little mod. I don't mind them without the color, but a lot of people really like how this looks, and it has zero gameplay implications, so it's just kind of nice to look at. So I decided to have this be one of the default mods that I run, because it just makes the game look slightly more thematic and nice. And it makes people who watch my videos happy, which is kind of like my main job, is to make the people who watch my videos happy. In a sense. It's not like entirely, but like in some respects that is somewhat true. I think I can crank out one more settler out of volume knob. We had a major flood. It's a bit unfortunate. It's actually kind of funny because Flood is not an uncommon name in Ireland for a second name. So theoretically, there could be someone in the army called Flood and who rises to the rank of Major. He could be Major Flood. Just a thing that could happen. Quite a fun little meme. A cheeky little meme, one might say. Oh. What? Why would he still be here? Why would they still be here? Well, I guess I can't build this holy site anymore because there's barbs on the other side of the universe that's causing problems.
Potatoes. Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew. Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew.
In peace, one is despoiled by mercenaries.
Right, we have mercenaries, which means we're right on the door of picking up our next government level. I'm a little bit scared about getting too close to this absolute mess over here. 2 galleys and a quad. Maybe I can choke point them and bait this guy into attacking me. Sitting on 2 envoys. I'm going to keep those 2 envoys locked up. And we'll go ahead and pop down another settlement here. This city in particular is a trading city. I think that's what we decided to make it. We'll want a farm triangle in here, ideally next to the river. So I think a farm triangle... Yeah, here just seems fine. So we'll put that commercial hub right there. Palgum Monument Granary, I think, is the order for a river city. Palgums are just so strong that you want to get them up as soon as possible. We'll go ahead and harvest here. We'll pop in over here. We'll harvest here. There we go. 4 turns until the settler is done. We'll pop in here, grab ourselves a mine. Looking very, very snazzy in volume knob. It'll be able to finish that settler in 4 turns. And then I just need 2 more. So I'm feeling very happy about the Locust opening build. It's one of the more fun ways to play. And the hilarious thing is the Locust build, look how strong it is. And this build has been nerfed like multiple times. The Locust build. It used to be the only way you could realistically play the game. But now it's been nerfed quite a bit to where it's only an okay strategy. And even then, it's like, you know, it's a choice you make between other various builds. The question is, am I going for a holy site in here as well? I think I'm going a little bit too heavy on holy sites, and I need to start thinking about my commercial hubs. And I need a diplomatic quarter. I need my theater squares. Do I go for a diplomatic quarter in this city? I think I'll go for the diplomatic quarter here. Well... I mean, there is like a giga, hyper, uber industrial zone here, but it's not really necessary. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It is out of range of this one, but I think this is too much of a meme. This city's too exposed on the front line for me to do anything other than maybe like a casual encampment. Thank you so much, Zavazul13, for the Twitch Prime. Yeah, I'm feeling like a diplomatic quarter is like a necessary thing for me to pick up here. It's quite valuable. It's on my front line, which is quite useful too. Or sorry, it's quite vulnerable here, which isn't useful, but I think having it in general is probably the right move. I think I'm going to bother harvesting these nanners. Let's go ahead and settle the city. Perfect. Awesome. We now have 3 more cities than our biggest rival, which also gave us a bunch of era score. So we're looking quite happy on that front. This city, I think, will definitely get a harbour. And it'll almost certainly cooperate with Mari. So there'll be farms here, I think, for sure. I think there may be a dam here. And then a bit of cooperation between these cities. Like, I think I'll probably put an entertainment complex here. Is that in range of the capital? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, it won't be in range of the capital, but it will hit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It'll hit 4 cities with this entertainment complex. And then I can do Theatre Square, Theatre Square, Theatre Square, Theatre Square, and a Theatre Square. And like, I could do something like this. Is that what I want to do in Rapacoum? Rapacoum. Yeah, I think 3 plus 3 Theatre Squares from a single one of these is quite nice. It gives me a very kind of likable situation. I can put a farm triangle right here. In fact, I will put a farm triangle right here to get the city growing. Growth is going to be its strength. Usual build order: Palgum, Granary, Monument, or Palgum, Monument, Granary, whichever order. You get those things down nice and quick. I will place the harbour in here. And I think more or less we've kind of settled in to a very nice place, but things are going to be disrupted next turn because we're about to finish this second workshop.
I think the human race
And
made a
that
big
has
mistake
unlocked
at the beginning of the
industrialization, giving us
Industrial
access to
Revolution.
factories, the
We
Ruhr
moved to
Valley,
the
and coal
mechanical
power plants,
things.
as well as coal. And because, I believe, over here, there is a chunk of coal, we've already got access to coal, so we can start our coal power plant basically immediately. So I think I'm going to go for the factory. This is a ton of production. We'll finish the aqueduct first, because that'll give me a little bit of production. But things are getting very exciting in here. Thank you so much, Asmo Harg, for the Twitch.
Thankful for
Tier
these
1
streams
sub.
and videos. You narrated a summer of lawn mowing and long conference calls. Potato voice back mod would be hilarious to replace Sean with yeets and yoinks. 100% would buy.
Thank you so much, Andrew Bodrew. I actually, I'm working with working with these guys. They do text to speak stuff. I don't know if any of you guys watch Destiny.gg. They are DGGers. They do this like voice thing where they basically take a whole bunch of voice data and train a neural network to like replicate the voice. It's kind of, that's like the very, very simplified version of it. And I think it would be kind of cool. I'm going to see if I can get Sean Bean's voice like made into a donation voice, and maybe get my voice made to read all the voice lines in the game. I mean, I could theoretically like actually read them, but it would be more fun to have like a AI robot version of me read it. I don't know. Just somehow that appeals to me in a more like, it's more funny to me that way. I have room for another trade route. Why do I have room for another trade route? Where am I getting that from? It's because people are trading with me because of the thing. So in Baby Shark, we don't really have much to do. Aside, we'll be able to place another district here in the near future. I could go ahead and grab myself an aqueduct, but I think I'll just go ahead and crank out 2 extra settlers because I have room for them. I may as well just settle as many cities as like is unreasonable. Lenny asked that no less than 3 times despite no one asking it. What? He needs potato to say he needs potato to say plus 10 or plus 12 on stream. What? What's the highest holy site adjacency you can get? Oh, you can get like a ridiculously high one. I believe let me think about this. Dance of the Aurora, Norway with forests. I think you can get 24 adjacency on a holy site. think that's the highest possible. Maybe 36, depending. Might be 36, I can't remember. Build an extra farm in the capital. Why? Ley lines and desert folklore. That's true. I don't think I would count that. Are you going to really harvest the stone at the capital? I mean, like, let's think about this. What is it? +6 versus 77 production. I get my factory sooner. I'd rather get the factory sooner and get working on Ruhr Valley.
Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew.
Quest has probably been answered previously. Have A to Z runs been abandoned? Yes. The reason was I just lost my motivation to do them. Well, I would like to start them up again next year. It's not a promise that I will do it, but it is what I would like to do. I think I actually only need one settler out of my capital. And I think we are basically done settling. Turn 107 and we have a massive, giga-huge empire. The likes of which is rarely seen, which is an important part when you're going for the biosphere strategy. Is one of the most important things is you just have a lot of land to build solar farms and wind farms on. Not really much else matters too much. So I definitely would like to get a theater square in volume knob. Now is the time to do theater square stuff because culture is now my biggest bottleneck. I've already hit the Ruhr Valley, so that's not a concern for me. So it's 330 production in my factory. Let's have a look, right? If I were to improve this quarry, this would be probably +2 production. It would only take 40 turns to pay off, honestly. It's probably better off. I'm probably better off just improving that, but I'm not actually working it as a thing. Let's make sure we work this extra food to get the city growing hard. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm not actually working it is the reason why I was going to harvest it because I have so many mines in here. It will get +1 with Ruhr, though. You know what? It probably is the right move to keep that stone, actually. I think it is. With the Ruhr Valley in that city, it is definitely the right move. Any resources? Oh my god! That is way more damage than I thought would be done to this city. Excuse me? Yeah, I need 260 gold to get a man in arms here. Hang on. Does anyone want my luxuries? 220 gold from Russia. Perfect. We'll make a man in arms. Boom. City's combat strength is now way higher, so we should be safe. I need an archer over here. I was not expecting the city to be taking that much damage. Let's think about this logically. If we're not careful in how we approach this, if I get attacked twice, if I attack, I may die. That's the problem I have here. So I need to let them attack me, and then I'll get a level. The city is dead? No, it's not. I just doubled its combat strength, so it'll survive quite a bit longer until I can get a unit over there to defend it. It should regenerate faster than they can kill it. Granary Monument. In the coastal cities, always go Granary Monument. That's because these cities have no food. And you need food to grow. Therefore, Granary. We just got a niter mine, which unlocked rifling for us. Which is pretty deep into the tech tree, but it also means we can maybe go for steel in the near future. And in order to get steel, all we need to do is build a coal mine and an ironclad. And to get ironclads, we just need to build steel, steam power. But we can actually start unlocking this now, which is kind of exciting. If we wanted to, we could work on that. But building 2 shipyards shouldn't be the most impossible thing in the world. Oh, When you said get an extra farm in the capital, this isn't my capital. This is my capital. Baby Shark is my capital. She wants to buy my iron, I'll sell it. I do need to think about where my national park is going. It'll probably be here. If I have the range for it. Did you really not level up? Right, step back one tile. Can I do it here? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I can probably do a national park using Mount Everest, which should be the most easy and reasonable way to do it. That'll secure the national park for me. Very happy with that. Lovely. Niter mines are huge because they just improve your city so much. You should discover the map right now. Too many civs unmet. I don't have any tourism right now, so not having met civs isn't the worst thing in the world. I will want to explore once I get caravels, though, for sure. But I'm pretty sure they'll probably find me soon. They must not be far off finding me themselves. Lovely, 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 lovely. So I've been attacked, which means I can now promote with Embalon. So I'm much stronger against enemy ships. Sitting on 4 envoys. I could take Suzerainty of Vilnius, which is probably not bad. And I really should actually think about alliances. I'm going to go ahead and pick up civil service before I go for exploration. Alliances may actually be a really big deal for me this game. For my relatively high adjacency on a lot of my theatre squares, that extra adjacency will kind of shine quite well. It'll shine bright like a diamond, one might say. Let's come into buy a mare and quickly just grab a trader to trade with the capital, get a little bit of extra production and stuff. Step back to heal. So with this garrison now, the city should be healing almost as much as damage as it's taking every turn, which will be fine. And now 3 episodes deep into this series, we have finally built our last settler, and our 2 last cities are heading. I could theoretically get another city down here, and this is really good land for it, actually. You know what? Let's give it the old college try. This is like so many hills that I could build wind farms on. It's like game over for the AI if I get it. I could trade with Hattusa to get another envoy, but I think I'd like to look for production in this city. I'll go ahead and trade with Baby Shark. Is that what I want to do? Yeah, internal trade route gives me a nice road, gives the city food and growth. Perfect for getting it set up really quickly. I know it looks like a really tempting city to get Chichen Itza in, but the problem is that I want to destroy all this forest and replace it with windmills. Yeah, the city is now healing just as much as damage it's taking, so the city is protected. I can very easily just walk a villager over there, archer over there slowly. A villager, did you hear me playing so much Age of Empires 4? I got my diplomatic quarter, which is really important to get as Babylon, because you actually get the first building in your diplomatic quarter for free, so this consulate actually has really good value, so it's probably a good idea to actually prioritize this more than I did. I would like more trade routes. Wouldn't be a bad idea to get a commercial hub in here. I wouldn't mind getting an encampment or 2 here. as well. Getting an encampment feels like an okay move. It's a +3 industrial zone right there. It's not bad considering it's just like random tiles. We will be completely locust harvesting this city in the near future. Speaking of, let's go ahead and reassign Magnus to Biosphere. Yeah, let's get the commercial hub. Well, no, I want the commercial hub to be Let's get the commercial hub. We want to build a commercial hub for the extra trade route. Because the second we finish a commercial hub, we get the market for free because it's the first commercial hub we built in the game, and that'll net us some bonuses. You're actually you're coming down this way. Perfect. We almost have the factory complete. Do I have any sellable resources? I do. No one wants to buy anything off me. No, he's even going to sell me great works. Very cool. I'll take that great work. Amazing. I actually have room for more great works. It's perfect.
Through some terrible.
I don't have the city state that gives me Mahavarias. I don't have Nalanda. These are trade domes. It's like really confused there. Oh, that's weird. There's a drought happening here, but I can't see it. Weird. In terms of promoting people, Pingala is the most logical choice because great works, but actually Reina is really, really good because of this renewable subsidizer ability here. She not only does she give you extra gold for your trade routes passing through the city. Hint, hint. Marry. She doubles the adjacency of things, gives you extra gold from unimproved features, is a tax collector, and will give you extra power from your renewables, your renewables. And since this is going to be a trading / renewable city, I think I'm going to go ahead and grab Reina and appoint her into Mari, and Mari is where I'm going to do all of my international trading as well. Because in the ideal case, I would like to get some kind of configuration like this in Mari, with all of these trading domes. Maybe some kind of farm triangle right here, and then every other remaining tile will be a solar panel boosted by Reina. So I think this is going to be a very, very powerful city in the late game for tourism and stuff like that. I can even do a couple of extra trading domes in the city too. So I think this is what the city is going to look like late game. Go for petrodomes in Rapicum. How much are chops worth for me right now? Does anyone remember? Does anyone remember what non-Magnus chops are worth? I'll check.
Potatoes. Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew.
We do want to make hydro dams as well this game. That's something to consider because hydro dams are actually worth tourism when in a Biosphere game. Thank you so much, Palabru, for the Twitch Prime. So chop is worth 80 production plus 50. 1, 2, 3. I have enough chops to get Petra. I actually have enough chops to get Petra in Rapicum. If I wanted to do that. And then I could make this my trading dome city. Like I could do, which would be kind of fun to do. It's rare that a Petra city is like actually useful. I mean, if I'm going to do that, I'll buy a builder down here and immediately reroute builders over there. I'll grab Magnus and reassign Magnus to Rapicum. I'll delete these trading domes because this is no longer going to be my trading city. I kind of regret this commercial hub now.
Potatoes. Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew.
And now all these desert tiles and stuff like that can get trading domes on them. I could probably, squeeze out maybe 1 or 2 more trading domes. I think this is a relatively efficient way to do it. And then it'll just be every non-trading dome tile will have a solar power plant on it. That's fun. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I know you guys are big fans of that kind of thing, where you make those nice, cool cities. We got our theater square in volume knob. It could be a holy site in here. I don't have Buddhism in this city, which means it would be hard for me to get the extra culture that I would be looking for. Let's have a little bit of a look at the tree. And remember what we need here. Own 3 tanks. So really, a lot of what we're gated behind is just culture here. It might not be the worst thing in the world if I were to get a entertainment complex here. I know I'm building a lot more of these than I used to in my games, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, it would basically cover another 4 cities in my empire that aren't currently covered by a planned entertainment complex. And there's not really much else I can do in volume knob right now. Plus it would boost the culture out of these 2 theater squares. So I think this is actually just a totally reasonable thing for me to do. Well, there's no point in meeting all the AIs right now because I haven't actually started generating tourism yet. I'm making like 9, right? It's not a big deal that I haven't met them yet. It will be a bigger deal in the near future, but right now it's not a big deal. So what am I building in Baby Shark? The city is essentially completed in terms of its short-term productivity. It just needs to grow a little bit. I could get ancient walls. That's worth +1 tourism throughout the game. It's not a bad little bit of extra tourism for 2 turns of production. I don't think I care about ancient walls. I think the big thing would be maybe to spam builders in this city. I could get the extra factory. This factory wouldn't really hit that many more extra cities, but it would give me extra great engineer points. I'd be essentially building this for +1 great engineer point, which isn't worth it. I think I'm going to go ahead and get the aqueduct, because that will actually boost this by +2 adjacency, which is perfect. I can put another mine here as a priority and get that back up to where it should be. I can get this up to +5, no problem. I'm pretty sure, right? Oh, it's +9 eventually. Oh yeah, well, yeah, we'll be building that one up. Definitely want at least 2 harbors. Thankfully, the city has enough production to make that happen. It's not worth it to me to city-state that gives me colossal heads, chat, because I'm not building colossal heads this game. This is a biosphere tourism game. So if I were to build colossal heads, that would defeat the purpose of the build that I'm doing. Do you understand? There is a plan set in motion, and to deviate from it, the entire point is to do a biosphere game where we can turn production into tourism very efficiently with renewable power. What game modes are active this game? No game modes. I left all the game modes off to make it harder. Because having game modes on actually makes the game a little bit easier, I find. I think there's no game modes active at all, yeah. I don't remember. We have our aqueduct and baby shark, which means this is now a +5 coal power plant, which means it's absolutely worth building because it's 5 production. It'll get doubled once I have the works craftsmanship card. We're 31 turns from a Ruhr Valley. How much to buy a coal power plant? 1,200 gold. Nobody has any money, do they? You have like a little bit. Is everyone just broke? Russia's not broke. I would have liked to have built this a little bit quicker. I could put some turns into the... yeah, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put turns into the Ruhr Valley and then purchase the coal power plant on the way up. I think that's the right way to do it. So Ruhr Valley is already on the way, which is fantastic. Let's go ahead and unwork these. Prioritize production. 26 turns on the Ruhr Valley. Slightly slower than my test game. But damn if it isn't perfect. It's a beautiful thing. Like it's literally 25 AD and I'm building the Ruhr Valley. Tell me that this isn't perfectly balanced, okay? And I'll call you a liar. Did I never actually upgrade to crossbow? I think I forgot to do that. I need to find things to harvest for gold. That's what I need to do. I need like just a little bit of extra gold here in the mid-game here would be perfect. Is this tile here the maze?
It's all papers.
I could buy and shop in here as well. There's like a forest here. Do I want to do that? Nah, I think I'll just hard build the Ruhr because I'm in the middle of trying to get a Giga Petra City over here, the Giga Trading Dome Petra City, which is going to be a really exciting thing to play around. What I love about playing as Babylon is even if your cities aren't very strong, like look at this city. This city is working objectively terrible tiles. It has 2 good tiles, still has 16 production because I have such an early factory, and I'm able to build a theater square without ever really having to improve this city. It's just fantastic. Babylon are just they're kind of, I don't know if game breaking is what I want to say here. They're game changing. They just change how you play the game, which is just really interesting and refreshing. Next city name better be tax invasion or it's all going to come tumbling down. What? So I think that's where I want to put my Petra, ideally. If the Petra is here, it'll be adjacent to 2 theater squares, giving them extra adjacency, which is perfect. I've finished my harbour in Durakurgalzu, which has given me access to another trader. I would really like to get my shipyard in here. I need 2 shipyards in order to unlock steam power, which will give me access to ironclads. And if I can get an ironclad, I can get access to steel, which means I can get access to the Eiffel Tower. Although I probably don't need the Eiffel Tower here, but it would be kind of nice. It's not something I'm like super... I'm not something I'm finding super necessary. So maybe I don't need this shipyard right now, do I? Maybe it would be better to get the builder in here. As per usual, I think I've said this before, but remember to go granary, then monument in your newly settled coastal cities. That's because these cities have terrible housing, and it'll outgrow its ability to grow before it needs the extra tiles from the monument. Conceptually, monuments get you more tiles for a city. If we're thinking about local infrastructure, on an empire-wide scale, culture advances you through the civic tree. But on a city level, it expands the borders of the city. Granary expands the population of the city. Coastal cities have less housing and less food, so granary first. Cities on the river, monument first. Because you're less likely to outgrow your housing. Russia is still bankrolling my entire economy with its money here. 118 gold here. Very, very close to purchasing the coal power plant in Animal Untamed. What if you're playing as Australia? Well, obviously, if you're playing as a civ that modifies any of the information that I just used to make that decision, then you would modify your decision, right? I've given you the logic behind the decision. When it comes to a specific circumstance in which those circumstances will be different, you must think for yourself a little bit, just a little bit, okay? Like, for example, if you have Mohenjo-Daro suzerainty, that means you have full housing in coastal cities. So maybe you don't go granary first. Aesthetics would be really, really good for me. It's only 5 culture, but I feel like 5 culture would be worth more than 14 production. I know that sounds mad. It sounds like total madness to me having said it out loud, but I think it's actually true. And I also think 19 gold is way more valuable to me than +2 envoy. Well, envoy points are one of the most important. Influencer is like one of the strongest stats in the entire game, actually. %100% theater. Oh my god, I completely forgot to take out the colonization card. To be fair, I only just finished making settlers a little while ago. But that's okay, because that gives me room to plug in aesthetics and Merchant Confederation. No, I do think that influence is actually one of the most powerful stats in the entire game. It's very hard to turn this up. I do like the extra 20 gold per turn. Like, that's a massive amount. It's a massive amount of gold. Maybe if I was plugging in Conscription and Merchant Confederation to get the double whammy of extra gold. But I think yeah, this feels right to me. This feels like the right kind of government. Because I am building more theatre squares. I'm slowly upgrading the adjacency of my theatre squares. Let's promote Reina with Harbour Master. Yes. Because I'll probably get like a crappy little harbour in here, maybe. Or we'll figure something out. We'll probably do like a harbour. I'm sitting on a whole bunch of free builder charges and not much to do with them. Oh, I forgot to get alliances. Congo? What kind of alliance would I like with the Congo? Maybe a cultural alliance? Let me have a think about this. I think a cultural alliance with Congo makes the most amount of sense to me. Because they have a pretty good culture and a good bit of science. And then maybe with Russia, a scientific or economic alliance. Or religious alliance. Yeah, I think a research alliance. That way I'm getting a little bit of extra passive culture and gold from them trading with me. And it makes trading with me more attractive to them. Which is exactly what I want. I'm hoping that harvesting this maize is worth more than buying the tile. It wasn't at all worth it. But I'm going to do it anyway because I'm a psycho. I'm a crazy, crazy guy. Wacky potato. That's what they call me down at the range. I'll vote for myself twice for trade routes. And then I want Buddhism to actually be stronger because Buddhism is the better religion for me because it gives me extra culture if I can build my holy sites. Moderate floods. Hammurabi, so I succeeded in both of my goals, which is perfect. We're very, very close to having the gold that we need. Nobody wants... I really do need to now think about meeting other civs. I'm 11 gold away from where I need to be. Can anyone have any amount of gold in their bank? You, Russia. What would you do? If you gave me 22 gold, what would it take? 9 Diplo favorite. No, I just want the 22 gold. Perfect. So now I have the 1200 gold that we were saving up for. And we can plug in the coal power plant now. Boom. This city is now powered and we have access to refining. So we found oil. But most importantly, because the city is powered, the factory is powered, giving me an extra 3 production in all cities within range, as well as essentially doubling the adjacency of this city's district. And if I come in here and I tell the city to focus on production again, these guys here are worth actually quite a bit. So I was going for like a sub 150 turn Ruhr Valley, and I think we're on pace for that. I did get a 137 Ruhr Valley before. That's the fastest I've ever done. But this is a pretty okay pace. Like I wouldn't turn my nose up at this. Right, the very last city I believe in the entire game has just been settled, and we'll be moving Magnus over here in the near future. So for now, I might just crank out an ancient wall, then go granary monument in here. Ancient wall for defense because it's right in the border with Greece, and Greece. Oh, actually, if I get a friendship with Gorgo, yeah, friendship with Gorgo, that means I don't need ancient walls here, so we're good. We're fine. Got so many good tiles here in Volume Knob. It's actually insane. This city needs more housing above anything else. So now I can promise not to settle near people because I don't plan to settle any more cities. Unless I find like an island somewhere that has like an attractive place to settle. But now we're generating electricity for our cities, which is perfect. 18 turns until the Ruhr Valley. Amazing. I could probably fit a trader in the city. I might squeeze out a trader here and try to do something with it. This is really annoying. I think I'm going to pick up ancient walls in the city so I can slowly shoot this man at arms away, because he just seems to be stuck inside here, which is blocking me from building my holy site. Because I'll build the holy site and he'll immediately beeline to it and then murder it, which is really not what I want. Right. So it's time for the Petra. We need a little bit more gold in the bank before we can get the Petra in here, but it is what we're going to be working on next. Get these builders heading over to the Petra city.
While the Colosseum stands, Rome shall stand.
Boom, there's the
When the
Colosseum.
Colosseum
That's an extra
falls,
8 culture
Rome shall
across
fall.
my empire, as well as a whole bunch of amenities. It's fantastic. Not only that, but it's extra adjacency on these theater squares, which is perfect. Imhotep. Yes, baby. That is an absolute god tier engineer to pick up. Now here's the thing. What if I use Imhotep to make the mausoleum? He has 2 charges, okay? Hear me out, boys and girls. I use Imhotep to build the mausoleum. I get my charge back, and then I double whack the Ruhr Valley with Imhotep. It's actually a flawless plan. Or I could just use them to make the Petra super fast without chopping. I'll probably do the chopping. So my limit right now is how fast I can research the urbanization technology. That's when the win condition begins. There's definitely a harbour city. Anyone got gold? Yeah. You just need to keep selling as much as we can to the AI to pick up as much gold. Man, there's so much oil around here. It's perfect. Buy the tile for the Petra. Come in. Drop. I can chop out the Petra. I should save Imhotep. Well, I could probably put 1 charge into the Petra with Imhotep. It would save me a bit of money. Alright, Imhotep. Boom. Basically insta-finish the mausoleum, which is amazing. 3 turns. We got our factory in the capital. Let's get the coal power plant as well, partially for that extra great engineer point, quite valuable. A great engineer point, by the way, is worth about 16 gold per turn, depending on how much you value it. 8 to 16 gold per turn in terms of purchasing a great engineer, because that's how much they strip off the cost of these things per turn. Quite valuable. And it's also +5 production, which is pretty good for building the thing. Now the biosphere, if I recall correctly, only the biosphere needs to be adjacent to the river. The neighborhood doesn't need to be adjacent to the river as well. So I'll probably do a biosphere here. And then crack down the neighborhood like that. So I'll probably build it in Animal Untamed, just because this is my strongest production city. It's going to have 58 production right now, and it's going to be going up higher once we get that Ruhr Valley up. This is going to be one of the cities that builds my aerodrome. So there's not much left in here for me to do. Let's check and see if there's any text we want to unlock. Build an armory, own 2 crossbowmen. 2 crossbowmen I can do. 2 universities, build 2 harbors. Doable. 2 neighborhoods for sanitation, 2 shipyards, industrial area, well, we're working on that. National park, alliance, 3 musketmen. Yeah, we can work on some of these things. So I think the big thing would be money in volume knob. Let me see. If I'm building an aerodrome, I need to save a... Well, do I? Maybe it would be a good idea to build a district that also gives housing. Like an aqueduct. I give up 1 mine for an aqueduct for the extra housing, plus 2 housing for an aqueduct. Yeah, okay, I'll take that. Potential extra good industrial zone if I want in there too. Just opens up my options slightly, so I'll take it. So we will do 1 shop in the city of Rapakum. Boom. And then Imhotep will finish this easily.
Of education is we shall not cease from exploration.
So we just got Merchant Republic. Now, Merchant Republic is really, really nice for a few reasons. First of all, unlocking it got us access to castles, which gives us access to the Corsair as well as the Alhambra. Most importantly, it adds 2 extra cards, a military card and a diplomatic policy card. We can, for example, plug in Merchant Confederation for an extra 20 gold per turn. We could also take Republican Legacy, that's 7 housing and 7 amenities across my empire. Quite powerful, quite powerful. I thought that Merchant Republic obsoleted urban planning. Oh, the Enlightenment makes it obsolete now. Oh my god, when did that change? I don't remember. Anyway, urban planning is basically obsolete as far as I'm concerned at the moment. So I'm going to go ahead and take Republican Legacy, plug in Merchant Confederation for the 20 gold. And then Retainers is a nice little boost to my amenities as well. So we can optimize now using garrisons in certain cities that we really like high amenities in. To be able to sort of use our military as a way to sort of alleviate some of our amenities issues. And it also gives us an excuse to expand our army slightly. It's probably unlikely this game that I'm ever going to build 2 universities, so I may research that technology. We want to go ahead and pick up humanism because there's a reason I want to build humanism. It has something to do with art museums and archaeological museums. I think I want archaeological museums because that will give me combustion. Then building tanks will give me composites. Yeah, that's perfect. Interestingly enough, I'm currently 3rd on science, making 31 science per turn. Pretty based, pretty awesome. Why can't I shoot over the mountain? I feel like I've been able to shoot over mountains before. I thought nothing could obstruct a city's line of sight for shooting. Am I mad? I thought that was a rule in the game. I don't know, maybe I'm mad. Maybe I'm losing it. Maybe it's Maybelline. Oh, I just wish I knew how to get rid of this man-at-arms. Built an encampment across the mountain just to get rid of the man-at-arms. You know what? I'm doing it. Tunnel tech is too far away. Right, let's go ahead and get Imhotep moving over to Petra. I'm actually going to rename this city. It shall be the Petra city. You gotta have the Petra rename. That does mean that we can go ahead and grab Magnus and pop him down in Tuttle now, because he's no longer required in Petra. If he moves onto the tile where you're building the encampment, can you still build it? No. But he won't move onto the tile that I'm building the encampment because he sat in this corner for the entire game. Are you kidding me? Where did these boats that attacked me even... I guess they probably came from the barb camp that was over here. Yeah, that makes sense, actually. And I think about that for a moment. God, another drought in the city. Mausoleum at Halicarnassus. +1 science, +1 faith, and +1 culture on every tile on the coast. Look at that great barrier reef. Oh my goodness. We're not even remotely finished. Wait until we get a shipyard in here and everything. Oh, amazing. Love it. You love to see it. And the most important thing too is it gave me 1 extra build charge on Imhotep here, so I can finish the Petra on the same turn. Oh, look at these tiles. Oh, this is just... If you're at all a person who enjoys tile yield porn, oh my god, is this the game for you? Look at these tiles. They're not even improved yet. Boom. Done. Check them out, boys. Oh, disgusting. Absolutely rotten. And then we'll pop him over here to finish Ruhr Valley as well. Rotten. Do I want a harbour or a commercial hub? Great merchant points are more useful than great admiral points. However, the food from the harbour could potentially make a significant difference in this city's ability to feed itself and actually work all the Petra tiles. Plus, harbours are worth housing. Yes. I love how fast my builders move. I need to save my faith now for a national park. Be my next milestone for me. Right, we got our aqueduct and volume knob. Not much to do in here. I guess I'll crack out a couple of builders and reassign Liang over to volume knob.
If you're the bank, you can't go around arresting.
The reason I didn't put the encampment on the desert is because the encampment's job is to protect the city. If you think of the line of protection that an encampment gives, you have to think of the... Hang on, maybe I can use my my city overlap tool here. Right? If you look at where an encampment... Where is the most likely vector of attack from Greece, right? It's... If you draw a line between these two cities, there's probably a city in here, so the most likely vector of attack is through this lane, right? This encampment better intercepts any of the attacks from these directions than this encampment. This encampment is good at protecting from attacks from like this direction, but that's not where the potential enemies are. If Greece is going to attack me, it's going to be from the southwest, and so I want my encampment southwest, plus it also provides an angle for potential other districts. Oh, I missed the golden age. Oh well, I don't think there was much I could do for that golden age. Yeah, I'll take monumentality here. I'm building a reasonable number of districts this era. Ooh, he wants to sell me another great work. I'll take it. Thank you so much, Mesfia, for the Twitch Prime. Alright, Reyna is officially up to the tax collector promotion. We can now grab her and slap her into Petra. Skidoosh, she belongs here. This is her home. There isn't another... No, there's not one of those older National Wonder or World Wonders that I want to get. I'm just going to pop Imhotep in here. He'll shave 3 turns off that Ruhr Valley. And theoretically, I'll actually get this on turn 136, which is 1 turn faster than my test game. We're doing way better than I thought we were. Where do I unlock cartography? I need 2 harbors. I'm 3 turns from unlocking Carto, so I'm going to start bringing these galleys home to be turned into caravels to be sent to explore and find other players. We got our encampment in Happy Thanksgiving. We'll go ahead and shoot that city. We could finally get rid of it. I do want to build a single armory this game in order to unlock gunpowder, because gunpowder gives me +1 production on my quarries, and I do have a couple of quarries in my empire. Not a huge amount. We're going to do some infrastructure chopping in this city. Next turn, ideally. We'll wait until the monument is finished. Coal power plant in the capital. Very nice. I think we would like to get the Intelligence Agency or the Grandmaster's Chapel. +5 faith isn't bad. Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime, Leatherman. This number means I have 4 different types of luxuries and that I have 9 total copies. 4 different types, 9 total copies. If it was 4-4, it would mean I have 4 individual copies of luxuries. This is an at-a-glance idea of how good my empire is doing in terms of amenities. Right now we're pretty neutral. Same with housing. Positive, bad, worse. Neutral, bad, worse. Good, great. So if I were thinking about how which government plaza building helps me win the game the most, usually the intelligence agency is really good for stealing gold, but I don't know if I'm going to be doing much stealing. I don't know if I have much to steal. I guess one thing you could argue for is if someone is slightly ahead of me in technology, I could steal their tech with the intelligence agency. And I think that is the reason I'm going to go for intelligence agency. Question is, do I want to build this dam in Baby Shark or in Animal Untamed? I think I'll build it in Baby Shark, yeah. This city is ready to build a thing, and the dam is actually worth quite a significant amount of production. And I guarantee you, who wants to take bets that this will flood before I finish this dam? Who's taking the bet? That's what I want to hear. The fact that I have placed that dam down has basically cursed one of these cities to get flooded now. Would you want the happiness mechanic from Civ 5 back? I don't know. I think the amenity system works quite well here in this game. The happiness from Civ 5... I never really liked global happiness. There's cartography boosted, and we have access to humanism, which is perfect. We can now get art and archaeological museums. We will be pre-building a couple of art and archaeological museums to pick up some nice things, because there are boosts associated with them. In particular, archaeological museum is actually quite important here. So we'll pre-build an archaeological museum so that we can go for natural history, and then finally conservation. We are in the end game here. We need to go for these. Wait, do I want to go neighborhood first? It might be better to go neighborhood first. But we need a lot of these art and archaeological museums right now. I do need to get 2 copies of Banks. This is also worth 9 gold, which is crazy good. Why wouldn't I go... I think going neighborhood first is actually the move here. Because I need to actually get the Biosphere. Wait. 2 aerodromes. Yeah. I need to get the neighborhood first. That's right. Do I want an art museum or an archaeological museum? Archaeological museums just seem better. Chop out the harbour. 1, 2. Those of you who are wondering, the way that district scaling price works and how chopping works is that if you have Magnus in a city, it will almost always cost you exactly 2 forest chops to make a district, or 3 to 4 jungle chops. So that's something to consider when you're playing the game. That's another rule of thumb I need to add into the series on chopping that I'm doing and the video I'm working on. I don't know how this arena got damaged, but I'll accept it. I think I have a tech boost for getting 2 crossbowmen, so I'll go 1 crossbow. And then 2 crossbow. There's metal casting. Beautiful. Yeah, thank you so much, Thorkel, for the bits. You save up now for caravel upgrades.
Would a canal boost your trade?
Oh, here it is. The Ruhr Valley. What we've been hunting for. The thing. The beautiful Ruhr Valley. This is a turn. Also, we've unlocked flight, by the way, on turn 136. A turn 136. Ruhr Valley. We beat our goal. We absolutely hammered and smashed our goal. Ruhr Valley on turn 136. Now that's something to be proud of. In terms of science, I'm second, because I've researched 35 technologies. Now look at that. Now, to continue on from here, we need to build
Love
two...
the content, Potato.
Thank you so much, SJC. We need to build 2 aerodromes in order to unlock the biosphere. In order to build the biosphere, we need neighborhoods. So culture now. Culture is huge. Which means we're going to be building our theatre squares over the next few turns to try and boost our culture. Probably should have got my theatre squares a little bit earlier this game, but I mean, can you blame me? It's not like I'm slouching on culture here. I'm actually quite high up. Like, it's the Renaissance era, and I'm like boosting through this. I'll be in the industrial area very soon. This is an absolute banger game right now. I'm having a brilliant time playing it. But I'm going to call that the end of the episode. I love you all very much, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye. This is an exciting series. This is one of the most fun series I've ever done. I'll be honest with you. This is a high quality. Oh, sorry, I was stretching really far away from my mic. This is a really, really high quality high quality game. You know what's funny? You guys are joking about the stream being over, but I've been here for 4 hours, which means the stream is over. But I tell you what, though, I'm gonna do my calls to action. All right, listen up, guys. You've been sitting here for 4 hours getting free, beautiful entertainment. All you've had to do is watch advertising. Okay, literally, only cost you seconds of your life. I know for a fact that there's people out there who have Twitch Primes available, who have memberships available, who can subscribe, right? Would a canal boost your trade in Petra? Is it worth it?
Potatoes.
Yes.
Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew. Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew.
Good call on the trade boost there. Thank you so much for the Twitch Primes. All that good stuff.
Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew. Boil 'em, mash 'em.
Why does Hammurabi look like he smelled a fart you just cut and he's really angry about it? Because that's exactly what I did before I made the thumbnail. Thank you so much, Karma Table, for the Twitch Prime. Really appreciate you. Love you, buddy. Thank you so much. Oh, we got a hype train and everything going. Oh, it's beautiful. Gifters. We've actually got gifters in here. Thank you so much. Spread Lake 3. Gifting those subs. It isn't clipping. It's gas. Oh. Let me just run ads. You guys are getting ads right now. Any ad runners? Any ad blockers in chat who aren't getting ads right now? Any ad blockers? Type.
Potatoes. Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew. Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew.
I don't have ads for some reason. I am, but I paid you. Nice, thanks so much. What was I going to say? Choose your favorite ad. 5 bits to the creator of your vote. Oh my god, am I allowed to vote in this?
Potatoes.
Dude, Excel is obvious. Well, PowerPoint is pretty based actually. I feel like Excel though, it's the best one. Excel is the best. Yeah, look at that. 73% Excel. Hell yeah. It's $1 worth of bits we just got there. WDS 739_DS. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Wait half an hour to raid Bose. Listen, Bose should have been streaming. I love you all. We'll find someone to raid. Hang on. Adios.